I threw on 2 more mods as well for today. I tested, they didn't seem to cause issues, so I'll show you those really quickly for Vic 3. Just small quality of life ones. Better diplomacy, so the AI will do smarter stuff for diplomacy. And then I also threw on a UI mod, which I found in the Vic 3 workshop, which was really nice. It makes the menu for resources more complicated, but better for me, so I know what's going on. It's very simple. It's just the profit being made, and then the amount of hiring for the jobs related to the goods, and then what is actually using and producing them, which is very nice for me. So heads up on what that is, in case it immediately is very confusing for you. We can still do the good old sort by price. So it shows us the balance as well as the price, which, oh, so nice. So nice. So, alrighty. Overview of what's happened since the start of Vic 3. No, Crack Jesus, I don't have landed characters and I can't go online, so I'll have to do a save edit. So we're going to single player grand campaign. So obviously at the end, I'll do a very quick one because you were there for that. At the end of EU4, we had Napoleon taking power in the Civil War. He fought all those campaigns with Castella and Egypt, and then he died after getting surrounded near Cairo. So his son inherited Napoleon II. He inherited very young. I think he was 6 or 7 when Napoleon died. And he ruled in the beginning of Vic 3 for around, I'd say, I think almost 20 years. He ruled for quite a while. He was really corrupt and economically incompetent. We had like a really steep economic collapse after Napoleon died. Our military couldn't be funded anymore and we had to get rid of it. And overall, it was very rough. Napoleon II did excel at one thing though, which was diplomacy. So we actually managed to get on good terms with a lot of countries we didn't used to be. We actually got Cuba and Somalia to join an economic customs union due to them liking us so much due to that. And he ruled for quite some time. Then around, I'd say 8 years ago, a civil war happened where the son of Castoro, who had been grown up and lived in Japan, his son by a half Japanese, half British noblewoman there, as well as Castoro, Simon Torres, who's our current ruler. He basically fought in a civil war against Napoleon II after all his popularity went away. And it was a coalition of the liberals, the right, the old school monarchists, and the supporters of the Torres dynasty, and anyone else. And they won the civil war pretty quickly and pretty handily. No one supported Napoleon II besides Brazil, who got very angry about that. We've only just recently managed to get on good terms with them again. But he did fall very quickly, was given good terms, and retired to a noble estate in Corsica. And Simon Torres took power. He's a very interesting guy. Grew up in Japan, fought in the Japanese military a little bit in the War of Britain, explored the jungles of Borneo, and went to university in Naples. So he's a very well-traveled, very interesting monarch. Very, very jingoist, tough, ambitious, and explorer. And he's very focused on the economy and expanding business interests. So he's in charge now. Since he took power around 4 years ago, he's been basically trying to secure the support of the conservative old school nobles, capitalists, and things like that who put him in power. Technically, the liberals and the radical liberals helped in the war to put him on the throne, but as soon as he took power, he basically orchestrated a mini coup and pushed out all the extreme left from the coalition, banned their parties in government and in the country, and formed a proper bureaucratic government and a bureaucracy with the old school conservatives, the ones who supported him, obviously, not the Napoleons. So that's the short version of it. In terms of world affairs, the big thing is that Bavaria fought a unification war and formed Germany. They took huge amounts of land from Poland, from the French, and in Hungary, and we now have a super state Germany that formed out of Bavaria. So super liberal, collectivized agriculture, state atheism. They're pseudo-socialist communists essentially in power there. Britain had a revolution and is now turned into a liberal republic, very, very liberal republic. What else? Any big events that happened as well? We fought a colonial war to expand our land for the Sardinia Indonesian company, and we actually fought with the Chagatai, where we took a large amount of northern Sumatra. In exchange, Delhi became a vassal of the Chagatai, so we're still really working closely with them. We've also started to colonize now. We're very behind. We didn't get Quidan before a lot of other countries, so the Chagatai are the main colonizer in this timeline in Africa, but we have a lot of colonies there as well, or we should. I think something just got bugged or changed. Nope, it's fine. Okay. So yeah, those are the big events there as well. Anything else? America's been expanding rapidly. They took land in southern Mexico, and they also took California. America's very strong, still underneath that French monarchy, Theodore de Ficomont. Very interesting, I also noticed last stream as well, is that the very interesting politics for this America is that the old school kind of white nobility and the very enfranchised, powerful white classes are all French and French Canadian up in the north. And since the slave trade didn't really happen in this timeline to a large degree to the Americas and the slave translator, there's basically no African slaves in the South. Instead, they're all Native Americans. So there's just massive amounts of native tribes still around in the southern states in America, who I think roleplay wise would be very similar to our own history in that they're very politically disfranchised. I don't know if they'd be like totally enslaved. Do they have slave laws? I haven't looked at that. Yeah, slavery is banned, so they're just politically disenfranchised in the South. So very, very interesting America in this timeline. French white upper class in the north, and then disenfranchised, economically poor natives in the southern states. So very interesting. What's up, Andrak? Also good to see everyone. Hope everyone's been doing well. I am very glad to be streaming again. Hope everyone's doing good. Is my stream lagging at all, by the way, folks? Are you guys having any issues with that? I played around with some video features to try and make the streams look a little bit nicer, and I don't know if that'll cause me to lag at all. So, has there been any of that? We know? No? Good. Okay, cool. Vic 3 might look a little better today. CK3 will definitely look better. I did some setting changes last night. Cool. We had a rebellion and a lower noble took control. He'd been seen in history as a new line and would be the first of the reconstituted Tauruses. Does he hold the title of emperor? No, he's just a king. So after Sardinia was reformed into a monarchy, after Napoleon died in Egypt, in the roleplay I want to go with that basically the title of his son took was a king, as after the death of Napoleon and after the economic collapse of the country, no one in Europe and in the world would recognize us as an empire anymore, like, frankly. I mean, it could be that Sardinia still would see our king as an emperor, but no one in the world, given the fall from power we took after the death of Napoleon in Egypt, would constitute us as an empire, so we lost that status. So we're now simply a kingdom again, unfortunately. So big change. So the two people to hold, I guess there were three to hold the title of emperor in Sardinian history. It would have been Solomon IV, it would have been Castoro Torres, his bastard son was technically emperor for a little while, and then Napoleon I. So we've had three emperors, and after that, Napoleon II and Simon Torres are both back to being kings. So we were an empire for a little while, around 50 years, and then it went away. I got a very good sleep, Spartan. Thanks for asking. Very, very good sleep. Hope you're doing well. So that's the state of things. I'm obviously running some mods. I think a lot of y'all know that. The big one is better politics. So the political menu is very different. There's a lot of other political interests and political parties in this mod, which I love. It makes things very interesting. Our government is the right coalition led by the conservatives underneath Giuseppe Carga, who is an opium addict. Nice. The church, the reactionaries, the village interest, the aristocrats, the military, and the business interest. Another very big political thing is obviously Risorgimento is starting to happen, so there's a desire for a united Italy. Given that Germany is so powerful and has control in the southern region, it's going to be very complicated and hard. What we found out last session yesterday, very interesting though, is that there's two countries actually supporting us to unify Italy right now. You'll never guess who they are. The first is Savoy. Surprisingly, they very much support us unifying the Italian continent. And shockingly, the Papal States, our own enemies, actually support us to unify Italy. Pope Francesco Solaro della Margherita is actually a supporter for us as a unifier of Italy. So we're sanctioned by the church and by Rome and by our old enemies to unite the Italian region. Pretty shocking, but yeah. And he's just a fucking ultra Chad. Hedonist explorer. He swims in his free time and he likes to go hunting. Bit of a beast. So Ferrara and Lombardy both do not support unification and are outright hostile to us. Ferrara being a democratic republic, very liberal, and Lombardy being old school kingdom underneath the old Ebertingi line that we were on and off allied with for quite some time. The other thing due to the save translator that what is really wild is Banat in Hungary is primarily an Italian country. There's huge Italian pops there. There's over a million Italians in Banat, and in Delvitic there's 234,000 Italians. I think it was probably a save translator issue, but the way we're going to go in the roleplay is that when the socialist German superstate, it would have been Bavaria, then annexed Tyrol. When they annexed this region from, I think it was the Lombards and the Ferrarese, they basically forced a mass exodus of Italians out of that region. So basically all the Italians living in the region, they mass migrated them and forced them to move and to settle in southern Hungary, a recently conquered area, in order to actually utilize the resources of the region. So it would have been a pretty horrible event perpetrated by a very radical left government, meaning that Tyrol and Venetia, a very historically populated region, is largely been unpopulated due to that mass exodus. So in the roleplay, we're going to go with that. In reality, I think it was a safe translation issue, but what that means for Italian unification, though, is that if we want to form Italy, we need to own Banat. We need to own southern Hungary. It's not the right one. Where is it? Show you really quickly. Yeah, so, where is it? Yeah, we need Banat and we need Divic. And we need Montenegro as well. Apparently there's a, where the fuck is it? So, Montenegro. It's more south, isn't it? My Balkan geography is one area I'm not the best in. It helps when there's a map and I can see the countries. There it is, Montenegro. Apparently we also need to take this. It's Italian, so southern Italians are the primary population there. There's a lot in Albania too, which we also technically need. Point being, to unify Italy in the mechanics of Vic 3, we need basically 26 out of 29 states. So theoretically, we could not like take Banat, but then we'd obviously need to take the other Montenegro and Albania, or, you know, Tyrol and Venetia. So unification for us will be very difficult, is what that essentially means, unfortunately. I'm not opposed to a roleplay situation. I've been thinking about it, where if we take all the other Italian states, I'll just basically use cheats to get us to unify Italy. Essentially, I'd much rather do a play to unify Italy, because I think it'd be more interesting and fun, and roleplay wise make more sense, but we'd have to fight Germany. And the other reason I don't want to like do like kind of the cheat to form Italy is I feel like Germany itself, how hostile they are to us and other countries in Italy, they wouldn't allow that, so we'd have to fight them regardless. So basically, roleplay wise and mechanically, the way I'm going to do this is we have to fight Germany if we want to form Italy. How we do that is whatever, right? I'm not opposed to just doing like a simple annexation war with them or something instead of a unification play, but essentially I will not allow us to unite Italy unless we beat Germany in Vic 3 is how I'm going to do this. I'd love to be Italy. I'd love to form it for the roleplay, but I don't want to force it either. So that's the situation we're in terms of the Risorgimento and Italian politics. So long kind of intro there. There we go. Was he of the same bloodline as the previous king of Torres in CK3, known as Simon? Yes, related to him, very distantly. Oh, I see, okay. Levels of irony here. I think Solomon the Great would be spinning his grave so fast he'd be harnessed it for electricity. He'd be very unhappy with his current situation, but at least Sardinia is still around, so he'd be happy with that. Like I said, Banat, safe translation, but the main thing is that there's a lot of Italian people there, so you need it technically. I guess southern Hungary is now de jure Italian lands. I wonder if we'll have a core claim on that in Hoi 4, actually. That'd be pretty funny. Horrible thing done by a leftist government. Some French American is going to be typing fiercely in the future. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Absolutely. This will be talked about on the internet message boards of the European Union in 200 years' time in this timeline. Angrily. Is there the ability to purchase land here like the Louisiana or Alaska purchases? Theoretically, yes, but we'd have to buy it from the Germans who fucking hate us. And given how radically left they are, there's no way that they would sell this land to us. Because they're a fundamentally ideological state, right? Their government is like liberal, like incredibly liberal, and their laws are super liberal too, right? Universal suffrage, they actually have some like rights for their people, property and women. There's no way that government would sell us that land given our laws and what they would perceive as those people being politically disenfranchised, which they would be, right? Because we're not democratic. We're still a fairly mainline conservative government. We have landed voting for obviously the upper class. We're almost not an absolute monarchy, but the constitution's pretty weak for the elected portion of government, national supremacy, things like that. So also we allow religion, and they're state atheists. So yeah, there's no way they do that for us. Not a chance. What's up, Battlebird? How you doing, man? What is up, brother? But yeah, the Pope is supporting us though. So for unification, and so is Savoy. So, to say things, how do we feel about Provence? I don't think it's Italian, but the coastline would be great and more naval and control the Med. Sure. But we actually have okay relations with them. And they're allied with Castalla as the next colony. So we'd have to fight Castalla, who we're also not on the worst of terms with or the best of terms. Their military eclipses ours. Like I said, after Napoleon I got surrounded and his army slaughtered in Egypt and the economy of Sardinia collapsed, we basically had to completely get rid of the military and the navy, almost entirely. So the military legacy of Sardinia has been tarnished pretty badly, resulting in our current state where our army is very small, our navy is also pretty small. We're very advanced, like tech-wise, we're one of the most advanced in Europe, especially for navy. I think we're the only one that actually has ironclads right now, or one of the few. Let me check if Germany does. But it's very small in comparison. So yeah, no, we're the only one in Europe that has ironclads. So Navy-wise, we're still super cutting edge, but it's just a lot smaller than it used to be. So it's a very different situation. Like, I have actually fought only one war of expansion, all of Vic 3 so far, because I've been just trying to build up the economy and stabilize us, because we've been in very bad shape in this so far. The Save Translator to Vic 3 can be very rough, and it was certainly like that for us. So yeah, it's the short story. I've been doing pretty good, hanging out at work before I have to go to work. The pre-work stress relaxing, always fun. Hopefully not stress relaxing. Hopefully your job is enjoyable. I love this mod. Super nice. Okay, let's get back into things. It's like Big Monaco. Mega Monaco. Pretty much. I think it's interesting politically too to have a buffer state there as well. All right, no decisions we can do. We have a lot of journal entries I should actually start working on, though. I've been kind of ignoring them. We are still working on the Volta expedition to map the waters of the oceans. And we also did, last session as well, we did send an expedition to find the source of the Niger Delta, the Niger River, which we succeeded in, which really is making us a prestigious country right now. We've really started to develop an archaeological program, a physics and astronomy program, which I have a mod on for that. And we're also becoming pretty well known for our explorers, given that Solomon himself is an explorer and himself led an expedition into the jungles of Borneo. He cares a lot about it, so we're really working on that. We also did just send another expedition with Ludovico, what's his name? Ludovico Mezzacapo. He's the one who found the source of the Niger River. He's also on a mission now to find the source of the Nile. So we're working on that as well. I think that's all the major things. I'll show our diplomacy real quick as well, so all this can get all reviewed for y'all. We have defensive agreements now with Brazil and Cuba again. We're rivals with Ferrara. We have a trade agreement with Brazil, the Chagatai, Cuba, and Egypt. We have obviously a vassal still, the Karsi Sardinian Indonesian Company, which is this. They're all this over here. We directly control Sumatra ourselves for administering that. So, yep, that's everything. So I'll show the rankings for countries. In terms of just pure ranks, Chagatai, Britain, Germany, France, USA, Castalla, us, Byzantium, Japan, Maharashtra, India, Lithuania, Scandinavia, Ukraine, which actually came back, Iran, and then Mordovania. For GDP, Chagatai, Germany, Britain, USA, Nepal, which is huge but really old school, they haven't westernized yet. Maharashtra, India, France, Japan, us, the Mewar, Egypt, Lithuania, Ukraine, Castalla, and Mongolia. And then lastly for armies. For battalions, Germany, Nepal, Chagatai, Maharashtra, Britain, Japan, Mewar, Joseon, Ukraine, Majapahit, which is in Indonesia, Mongol, and Egypt. We're really low. Our army is very small. And then for navies, Chagatai, Britain, Maharashtra, Japan, Germany, USA, Mewar, Egypt, Majapahit, Byzantium, Castalla, Korea, Hosokawa, Japan, France, and us. So as you can see, our military is very lacking. Yeah. All right. Let's look at, we can work on those journals. It'd be probably a pretty big focus for Simon to work on some of these. Urbanization will take time. Opium trade we can't do without another war in Asia, which would involve the Chagatai getting involved. Risorgimento we can't do. Law enforcement 5, whaling stations. Booming industries, which requires us to use more dynamite, which we actually did just get. We should work on that. I think most of our buildings are using it now, but a few are not. We need a bit more dynamite to be able to use the rest of our iron mines, our lead mines, and then our sulfur mines as well, which means we need another 140. 210. We need another 430 explosives. Jesus Christ. And I think we're already maxed out on our buildings for that too. Yeah. Vacuum evaporation. So we need to build some more chemical plants when we can as well. What's up, Finster? It's going very good. It's usually pretty stress-free, but I got 2 big projects due a day after each other, and the progress has been slow. Well, that is very stressful then. Ukraine doesn't own all of Ukraine, but it owns part. I don't think they own Kiev, no. Lithuania owns Kiev, unfortunately. No, Ukraine is the successor state of, what were they called back in, Ruthenia, that we were allied with back in EU4. Like our big ally who saved us 100 times. It's not the direct, like, dynasty from them, but this is like the successor state, so. Nice to see them technically semi-around in a Frankenstein hybrid version of some sort. Yeah, a chiropractor would be good too. I know you all hate the border core, but I actually kind of like it. I like the messiness, because this is like the time period when that was still very much a thing. A naturalist who left his expedition years ago and lives alone in African wilderness for research purposes has built up an impressive collection of rare and flora and fauna. We will pay him for it. Change the audio a little bit as well. It's this one. There are some very good sound effects in this game, so I won't actually have them on. Okay. All right, and we got to build a lot of ports too. A lot of colonies we're founding in Africa and in Asia do not have ports, so we got to keep an eye on that. For construction, we're working on 2 more opera houses in Sardinia. We have a huge capitalist class right now. Our investment fund is massive. It's at 9 million already. So we're trying to facilitate them, especially given that they're supporters of the current ruling dynasty and helped us get into power. Art academies for them as well, and then we're going to go back to industrialization efforts here. I think Pops would like to pick those up at the market. Yeah, a lot of collections going on. A lot of private museums with an audience of 1. Disgusting. We could found the Hobby Lobby of this time and start like trying to steal artifacts from the Geezerids or something. Interesting. Okay. Let's look into our trade routes as well. There's not many people we can export the goods from that we want, but I always want to check this, especially at the start. Small in Egypt. If we give them the opportunity to actually get sulfur, they might change their stuff to be able to import it. Warships to the British. Britain does have Britain has ironclads, by the way, now, so their navy is equal to ours and much larger. Much larger. Furniture to Brazil. I think we'll create some demand for it when we do that. And then fish to the Brazilians too, who we have a trade agreement with now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say you want to do an Italian unification? You have to fight Germany? I did, yes. I will not allow us to unify Italy with anything unless we fight Germany in some way. I'd like us to do the Vic 3 play to unite Italy, but we'd have to be much stronger and have some much bigger allies. When Bavaria formed Germany itself, they fought almost every European power besides Britain, so. Also, Germany and Britain are not technically allies, but they're very close to each other. They have a trade agreement, and during the Bavarian Unification War to form Germany, Britain sided with Germany. So, Europe's 2 greatest powers are both radical leftists and or communists, and they're allied, pseudo allied. I'm sure they've got like some backroom deal alliance that no one knows about, basically, in the role play, which is absolutely terrifying. I mean, we've always had a very distant relationship with Britain, except back in CK3, when we actually did intermarry into the royal family a bit and were involved with them. But since then, we kind of just haven't interacted with them much. I think we fought them in 1 or 2 wars. They were staunchly, you know, old school monarchists for a long time until Vic 3 when that revolution happened. And how radical are they actually? Presidential Republic, universal suffrage. They still have state religion, ironically. Anglican. It's Anglican, right? I think it's Anglican. No, Protestant. In EU4, they were Anglican though, so we're gonna still call them Anglican. That's just a safe translation issue, I think. Outlaw dissent. No rights for women. Debt slavery. Wow. Yeah, this is a very interesting liberal Britain. They've got debt slavery, no workers' rights or protections for women, which, I mean, liberals in 1871 weren't actually hugely for women's rights. And they've got universal suffrage, though, while having state religion for Anglicans. Hobby Lobby, they were involved with, like, smuggling a bunch of, like, artifacts from Iran and Iraq. Pretty funny. Yeah, no, these are very old school liberals, that's for sure. These are the old school versions. Shit, 1 second. Knocked all my water over. Okay. You can vote, but you can't even think about economic reforms. Yes. I mean, they're liberal in terms of political enfranchisement, and it stops right there. Nothing else. I'm sure that the German ambassadors are always complaining loudly about their lack of economic freedom, but, you know, at least Germany has an ally. Uncouth diplomat, well-traveled, direct. Yep, that's a socialist leader if I've ever seen one. Yeah, the department store. Let me see if I can find a news article about it from back in the day. Yeah, it's a Wikipedia article. It was a big deal a couple years ago. It looks like something out of like a movie or something, right? Or like a joke, like a punchline joke. But this is a real thing. The main reason is that the Hobby Lobby is run by like a very, very religious family. They're very, very religious. And they were getting the artifact for like a museum for Christianity in the US. So yeah, it's worth a read though, pretty funny. Hesse is like, they're in okay shape. They fought against the German unification and were just absolutely, completely occupied within a few months of the start of the war. So the Grand Dukes there have been having a very rough time. A lot of private constructions. Okay. Try to think about what I want to do for the economy here. I'm gonna reduce military wages. Ah, it's so minor. We're spending a fortune on warships. Why are we doing that? We should have enough. We have a huge surplus. Yeah, a lot of countries are getting ironclads now. It's spreading all throughout Europe. The Germans also have them now. Brazil even has them. Chagatai has them. We had the naval advantage for several years and didn't use it. That's unfortunate. Not that we can with this military. Simon Torres is not also a big, like, colonizer either, but he is a jingoist, so we do want to take land. Building the military is, like, one of his big priorities, but so is the economy. Kind of balancing both of those. But we're still just working on some of our promises and our focus to secure the future of cooperation with the bourgeoisie class in our country. We're giving them art, which they very much want. Yeah, already encouraging exports on all of these. What was Sardinia's relations with the Byzantines and the Castellans? In the roleplay, just kind of very neutral with both. Byzantium actually has started to like us a bit more in recent years, to be honest. They actually, one of the big things Napoleon II tried to do was to like turn around our relationship with Byzantium. They had a lot of hatred with us, all of our wars, our rivalries, our colonial wars in the past. I mean, they took Brazil. Whoa, hold up. The fuck? Tekruri, Brazil went to war with the Brazilians. They're trying to get colonization rights. Are they losing? Hold on a second. We gotta give some military support to our allies here. They need artillery and they need arms. See if we can supply them with some here. Yep, there we go. They looted over 15,300 artifacts and only had to pay 3 million in fines. Yep. That's crazy. Absolutely insane. That was still the George Bush years, if I remember correctly, though, so it was a slap on the wrist. Yeah, we can't directly intervene, obviously, but we can give them hopefully some equipment to win. I wish this game had volunteers. I don't think any of my mods do that, fortunately. But yeah, Castile is neutral as well. Obviously, they tried to put a pretender on the throne a while back, but ever since Napoleon I, like, kind of destroyed their country, forced them to release Ferrara, Savoy, province, Toulouse, and made them lose Mexico, their power has been so much weakened, they're just, like, not as aggressive against us anymore. But obviously, roleplay-wise, they'd very much remember that, and all of our many wars in the past, so our relations with them aren't very good, at all. They have defensive agreements with the French, the Savoy, and the Americans. They're rivals with the Germans. They tried to fight them multiple times in recent memory and lost every time. Byzantines are allied with Mordavinia in the south, east, which is pretty strong. Rivals with the Germans, also fought wars with them and lost. Byzantium briefly did go radical revolutionary government, but it was the Germans who actually defeated them, ironically, in EU4. So, yeah. We're on good relations with them. I'd certainly like to get in a better position. Much better relationship with them, but it will not be easy. Could we actually trade with them? They wouldn't be a bad trade partner now that I think about it. We should already be able to. What do they need? You have no luxury furniture? The fuck are the Byzantines doing? Let's see if we can sell anything. We might already have a trade route with them for it. Do I have an embargo with them? They're isolationists. Dear God. You're right, Curse. I suppose it makes sense roleplay-wise. I mean, around 100 years ago, they became an extremely radical government. And in the post-radical government era, they had almost every European power basically enter into wars with them and just take bite-sized chunks. They lost all their Balkan, bunch of Balkan land, all their land in Crimea. They lost eastern Anatolia to the Fatimids and the Iranians. They lost lands in Greece to the Lombardians, Castella, and us. We still have Crete. So I guess after the monarchs of Byzantium were restored to the throne, the Obertingi, they basically just cut themselves off from everyone they viewed as harming them, essentially. Wow. Yeah, no, the Byzantines just, they shut their doors, closed their borders, and that was that. Wow. Well, it makes sense we can't trade with them. What's up, super nice guy? This is a grand campaign, save translated all the way from CK3. It is 805 years into the game. We're playing as Sardinia, Corsica. What I'm noticing as well, I'm not getting the events popping up in the sidebar. I gotta watch out for them. Rubber has been successfully grown in Carsa, Sardinia, and southern Cameroon. The fragile nature of the trees and their difficulty to meet conditions make them achievement exceptionally important. The Amazonian rubber monopoly is finally over. Those beautiful trees have decided to grow elsewhere after multiple unsuccessful attempts. These stubborn little things, and now it is our duty to end those greedy tycoon empires that don't exist. This event's like 30 years too early. Unless other countries have it and we don't, might be. More exotic plants. We'll collect as many as possible. Another rubber rush. There we go. Come on, Brazil! Buddy, you could have invited us. We would have joined you. They didn't lose all in Crimea. They had a biggest city and trade center in Crimea still under their control. Yeah, but they had a lot more land there. Like if you look, they have the southern tip of Crimea and they have a little bit of land in the north, but they had a huge chunk of this back in the day. They had a ton. So they've lost a lot of land there, but you're right. They weren't pushed out. They just have very little left. I want to pay attention to this war. This is important. They're one of our allies, and they've been one for quite some time. I think they're our oldest ally at this point that still remains, actually, which says a lot about our foreign policy in the last couple hundred years. See if there's anything else we can export to their markets, too. I doubt it, but you never know. So, ironclads to the Germans. A little note about CK3, not CK3, Vic 3. I try not to just constantly lecture about this game because I'm not the biggest expert on it, but I know it fairly well. One thing to note for trade, by the way, folks, if you ever play this game, when you're trying to export a good, sometimes the game will tell you, or import a good, it'll tell you that's not like very profitable. Like sometimes you'll like, for example, let's say we want to, let's look at our industrial goods, or our luxury goods are even better actually. Do we have a surplus of anything? We don't. Let's say though that like you want to export, I don't know, luxury clothing, right? You want to export it, and let's say that there's a country like Somalia, right, that says there's barely any demand for it, and you'll barely make a profit. The thing is, you will make the demand when you sell it to them. So if we start a trade route with Somalia to export them luxury clothing, it will actually allow more pops in their country to increase the higher income levels and go to the high class of their country, which will have the compounding effect of making more demand for it. So especially for luxury items and certain industrial ones, always remember that even if it doesn't say there's profitable or there's a lot of demand for it, there may actually be, you kind of have to create it. Opium's another good example of that. I'll try not to lecture too much on Vic 3, but a little note on that. That's something I didn't know for the longest time, and I wish I did, so. All right. Anything else we can import here? Coal. Everyone. Another thing for imports, same way, other way around, is that sometimes it'll say, well, a country, you can only import a tiny bit of something and you'll barely make a profit on it. By importing it, you make demand for it in their country, and as a result, the AI in those countries, or even players, will make more of it to export to you. So starting a trade route where you make very little on something is worth the cost, because sometimes it'll turn into a massive trade route as the game progresses. Opium. We don't need any radical German fine art. to make our people more extreme. That we do not need. There we go. The Brazilians are starting to win now. The issue I think right now is that it's the front line issue. So Brazil only has like 1 or 2 generals, and Tekura has more than 1, so they can't deal with that, which is really shitty. I mean, roleplay wise, it kind of makes sense though. Brazil's a big place, and if their government concentrates their army, they could definitely lose land. So, can roll with it, I guess. We playing the depth of trade between East and West of the Med. We trade a lot with the Chagatai. All our big exports and trade routes come from the Chagatai. All the wheat that is cheap in our country, all the fabric, the wood, the steel. Actually, let's see if we can export more wheat. Because we were already reselling it. I want to see if we can resell more. We can. We're going to resell Chagatai's wheat to the Brazilians, the Somalis, the People States, and the French. Fabric, we might be able to do a bit as well. Yeah. We're going to resell their fabric to the Cubans, and yeah, we'll leave it there. We want to be on good terms with them, so we want their economy to grow. How many countries actually rival Germany? 4. Byzantium, Castalla, the Chagatai, and the French. We need more construction, but we're running a deficit. All right, I am going to go ahead and tax more, and I'm going to grow our construction a little bit. No, because we're about to go into steel frame buildings, and when we do, we won't be able to sustain a higher construction amount building wise. So we'll hold what we have and wait till we get steel frame buildings, which we're currently working on. 19 months. Yeah, everyone in Europe hates Germany, except for the British. I typed up an explanation of 3 of the 4 biggest trade nodes in the Mediterranean are closed, and the 4th won't do shit without the other 3. So Italy's economy should be collapsing with no trade. In this timeline? Oh, like Constantinople, you mean? I'm sure it was a case, though, that all that trade just, like, moved elsewhere, right? It moved to places like Sassari, for example, or to Tunis, or to Rome, to Napoli, places like that. So it would have just shifted. I mean, good chance Crete actually became like a trading hub after Constantinople fell. Also, the Suez got blown by the Egyptians, so trade was also really disrupted by that, which is why we're going to go with like a lot of the world after we save translated was going into economic deficit was the blowing up of the Suez Canal by the Egyptians. Because every country's economy collapsed when we save translated to Vic 3, and I think the best explanation is really just simply the Suez Canal being blown up. Everyone had gotten reliant on it. Which they had. I know we had. Unemployed in southern Cameroon. Do we have a port there? Cameroon should be right here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, a lot of unemployed people here. Do we have a port though? We don't. All right, we're gonna build a port, and then we'll develop as well. Logging, dyes, coffee, and bananas. We need to build a lot of ports, my gosh. All these colonies are cut off right now. What does the custom character thing do? It's for CK3. I'm going to be running games with a mod that allows custom characters to be spawned in. As the expedition encounters a group of suspicious traders, one of the men claims to be a Lithuanian ambassador kidnapped by these mercenaries. First it was the Scandinavian ambassador lost in the Niger Delta, and now it's the Lithuanian ambassador lost in southern Somalia. God damn. I think these people are all just lying. This isn't an ambassador. There's not all these ambassadors walking around in the jungle. We're gonna move on. Goddamn liar. The latest report of the expedition is of several of the crew have come down with cases of dysentery. One member has even died. They will have to wait then. Vic 3 sound effects. Astronomers have predicted a solar eclipse in the Australian, Indonesian, Pacific region in 1874. The scientific community of Sardinia, Corsica is urging a Pacific expedition to observe the once-in-a-lifetime astronomical event. A Venus transit is a passage of the planet Venus in front of the sun. That would be a very, very good idea for our scientific progress. Let's see if we can. We have a decision for it. We don't. We're technically already on a Pacific expedition though, because the Volta expedition is going through there. Cardino Galuppi, the leader of the professional interest, has made a remarkable play for power in the capital in order to secure a spot for professional interests within the government. However, it's not entirely clear if they should be rewarded for their tactics. Are they in our coalition or in our government? No. In fact, they're literally in the Socialist Party. So I think not. Get back to reading Marx. Must be a Nigerian prince escape scam to fool the noble people of Sardinia. I think so. Basically, anyone who gets lost in the jungles of Africa now just tells anyone who finds them their ambassador. It's like free get out of jungle free card. Need more laborers in Sardinia. Do we already have greener pastures there? We don't. We'll do a greener pastures campaign in Sardinia. Looks good. The standard of living in our colonies is abhorrently low. Yeah, starving to death. It's because they don't have a port. How long until we get to those ports? Ways to go. Get Out of Jungle free card is one of the best Hammurabi lines. Oh boy. Germany forming the game has created a real interesting dynamic which could cause a World War I. It really could. We'll have it at some point. It's going to be basically all the old school conservative powers versus the British and the Germans. I'm calling it right now. Or any other countries that go radical. Germany and Britain, the two superpowers versus, I'm going to call it now, Castella, France, us, Scandinavia, Lithuania, the Chagatai, and the Americans. That's my call. A local ruler has requested that you pay an extra tax for a hongo, a type of tax for passing through their lands. Sure, we'll pay it. Just let us through. We're trying to find the source of the Nile. No cost is too little. Do spectroscopy in our official observatory. Make sure I'm up to date on everything else. We're not going to do that because we'll have to use explosives, which we need for dynamite in the mines. What's up, Limbari? How's it going? Sardinia is doing okay. It's a recent civil war, so we're recovering for the 100th time. Population map mode, yes. Northern America, all the French. Southern Brazil has a ton. And then India and China and Japan, everyone else. Japan has a huge population this timeline too. Bohemian region of Germany is just massive. Paris, pretty populated. Flanders, Southern Britain. Italy is all right. Fairly populated, but not crazy. I mean, that's it was like one of the big hubs for Bavaria in the early part of EU4, so I think that was the center of their government for a while besides Munich. Which Munich is huge too. I mean, Bavaria originally had like all this region down here, so makes sense. Goal before Hoy 4, I guess in like abstractly try to form Italy and then try and get bigger colonies, but I won't like, you know, make it happen for sure. But out of roleplay, I'm looking to make Italy and grow the colonies. To make Italy, we have to fight Germany though. So it'll basically take World War I for us to form Italy, essentially. 1100 was the last time. Yeah, it's been a while though. Very different game. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. It's been suggested that we stop and undertake a geographical study of the area to increase our local knowledge. The first rays of sun fell from the sky in a perpendicular manner over the dry, half-lighted soil. They flickered over the river's surface, moving the water as the bristled branches of the yield tree. The almost shimmer scraped into the rocks, a whimsical landscape where life seemed so distinct, so alien, and so vivid. No. We need to find the source of the Nile. This is interesting, but we're not here for this. No, Spain, Castel's not our big rival anymore. We're semi-hostile to them, but not really. Napoleon I fucked them up, and ever since we've just kind of ignored them. We found a large colony of Stremolites in a bay near Volta, where it's anchored. Stromatolites are biogenic sedentary rocks formed in the capture and binding of sediment particles or the precipitation of solutes resulting from the growth and metabolism of microorganisms in a body of water. Old fossils. I mean, we gotta take those with us. Come on now. Can't just leave them there. Free real estate. We actually succeeded. Wow, what? The expedition has collected some samples of great scientific value with unknown insects and plants a few days ago. However, after an inspection today, it turned out they have all gotten lost. We'll leave them behind. Again, we're trying to find the Nile. Nothing else. I don't have the mod list together. Well, I've got 5 mods on. This is the one type of paradox bug I'm actually not unhappy for. It's the rare kind. Oh, we need steel frame buildings so badly. Getting there. Till we can really just ramp up our construction, we're just limited for everything we're doing, essentially. Revolt in Bali. The expedition commanded by Giacomo Garcia has returned after years of travel. Future generations will benefit from its achievements. The return home of a large-scale research trip was often not the end, but just the beginning of long-term research. The Danish Galathea expedition may serve as an example. The ship returned 93 containers with zoological, entomological, botanical, and geological contents. There were also 21 boxes of ethnographic material, a large collection from Java, as well as gifts from scientists in many of the cities and ports visiting the expedition. Unfortunately, the findings were never fully published for political reasons. The collection subsequently served mainly as reference material. Pacific expedition has succeeded. Beautiful. Oceanographic knowledge increases, biological specimens, fossils, theory of evolution progress, an astronomical object, and Giacomo Garcia is now a naval commander. Nice. After a long expedition and the associated intensive study, the research traveler Adardo Beccari has now considered a proven natural scientist and expert in his field. Who's this guy? He's the head of the professional interests, and he's a nihilist. Great. Cool. We can actually do more expeditions now. More plant samples. A beetle has crawled into the ear of Ludovico Mazzacapo. Without immediate medical help, this could impede the expedition's progress. Jesus. We're gonna stop for this man. Jesus Christ. All right, he needs to get some help with that. That's actually terrifying. Criminal organizations have begun operating in Carson, Sardinia, Romania. Fuck. All right, we'll put the last of our surplus revenue into dealing with them. Probably has something to do with the extremely high taxes we're running right now. We need to grow our textile industry too. Tobacco. So one of my worst fears is a spider in the ear. Best not to think about those sorts of things because there's no way to stop them. What's that funny statistic on like how many spiders you like swallow while sleeping in your lifetime? It's really high. It's a lot. Like I said, best not to think about those sorts of things. I fucking hate bugs, man. 6? Yeah. I don't know how true that statement is, but I mean, you're gonna probably eat a few bugs in your sleep in your lifetime. It's gonna happen. I fucking hate bugs, man. My favorite bug experience was while I was staying at this like tea house when like I was on a trip when I was in Sri Lanka, where there's a lot of bugs there. Fuck that. I like that place. It's beautiful, but dude, the bugs there were insane. And I was using the bathroom, right? Just taking a shit, just enjoying myself after having gone surfing, really relaxed. And I'm like, you know, just sitting there, and I look over like a foot away on like the windowsill of this bathroom, and there's like one of those giant fucking centipedes, like the huge ones that can bite you and really fuck you up, just sitting there. And it wasn't just flat, it was like up, like its front part was up, like it was looking at me. Terrifying experience. I hate bugs. Disgusting creatures. One of the other good parts about global warming is at least all the bugs will be dead. I mean, we'll be dead too because of like, you know, ecosystems will collapse, but at least we won't have to worry about as many bugs. So, gotta see the bright side of life, you know. All our gas consumption was worth something. You're scoring up. Probably. I googled what they were right after, and apparently their bites are incredibly painful. They're not poisonous, but they just really hurt, and they'll stay hurting for days. So, yeah. Shitty. Yeah, I'm glad I'm living in the US. Like, there are bugs here, but they're not the terrifying kind. Mostly. I mean, we got some terrifying bugs. There's some really bad, spiders. Got some bad spiders. Not too much in this part, but I mean, like, recluses are real bad. Black widows are real bad. There's not as many of those around here, but they are here as well. We had a ton of black widows in my garage when I was a kid. They were everywhere. And then, whatever bugs do we have in the US that are really bad? There's, what's that? Tick. There's some really bad ticks we have here that can really fuck you up, but not insane. Obviously, like rattlesnakes and a few other poisonous ones, but not that bad compared to many parts of the world. Could be much worse. Cool parts of Australia, so we don't have nearly as much bad stuff. Dude, fuck Australia, man. My other favorite bug experience was when I was in Australia going on a hike, and we were at the trailhead, and I go into like the public bathroom at the trailhead to also take a shit, and I open up the toilet seat, and there's like a giant spider as big as my hand in the toilet basin, which obviously I held it, you know. Fuck that. I don't know how y'all live in that country. Besides, like, I guess being stuck there, just liking it generally and getting used to it, but you know, fuck that. A naturalist who left this expedition years ago and lives alone in the African wilderness for research purposes has built an impressive collection of rare flora. Why are we finding people like this everywhere? We'll take his knowledge. Remember, it's not about how many Lamborghinis you own. It's about knowledge. And books. And knowledge. You know, I have no idea how many times I've got caught by spiders while in the toilet. That's why I have a book next to my toilet so I can kill them if they show up. Dude, they love the bathroom. I don't know why. There's just something about it that hits their vibe. Lyme disease, yeah. There's some other things you can get from ticks which are really bad too. Byzantium's colonizing as well. Did I read right? Western Sahara? God damn it. The Byzantines are to our south in Sahrawi. Of all the places to colonize Byzantium, honestly. We're about to have a huge bureaucratic deficit as well, so we got to deal with that in a moment. We really need steel frame buildings. We're kind of just stuck until we get them really right now. And I don't want a minigame. Exactly, Limpari. Exactly. Japan going to war? Yes. They're annexing their liberal revolt they're having. They're having a revolt in Alaska right now they're dealing with. Chancellor Soto Fujimoto is trying to declare a liberal democratic republic in Alaska against the Japanese Empire. I don't think that will be very successful, but you never know. We successfully hunted the rhinoceros, bringing back its horn as a trophy. Oh, very nice. We don't even register on the standard of living. Pretty much. What's up, Kala? How are you doing? Thank you for the 8 months, man. Appreciate the sub. What is up? How is it in the wintering northern lands? I'm gonna say on a scale of 1 to 10, you're at a 10 to 11 in terms of excitement for Arms Against Tyranny, aren't you, Kala? I can hear you yelling excitedly in the finish from here. Chagatai is fully industrialized, Lel. They are a fully industrialized modern state. This is not China. They are terrifyingly powerful. We're actually on very good terms with them and we trade a lot, but no. Finally! Cuba wants to join our customs union. They were in it around 10 years ago under Napoleon II. He negotiated a return to the union with them. Again, Cuba is an ex-colony of ours. We colonized it actually originally. Cuba and the whole region, we colonized it, but we had it taken from us. Well, not taken. The pirates declared independence and we couldn't fight them a long time ago, but Cuba actually wants to rejoin our customs union. We've had a ambassador permanently stationed there since Simon Torres took power, and we've finally gotten them to get on good enough relations again to rejoin the union. Beautiful! Absolutely beautiful. My gosh. Oh. Welcome back. It's still the military junta, by the way. The dictator there. General Fabrizio Faris. He's an imposing ex-lawyer who has a side hustle as philanthropy and refuses to fight. Sardinia. That's a lot of tobacco in our market, is what that is. Yeah, look, we have such an excess of things now. He's still making men at war. God damn it. Interests keep getting changed for some reason. Yeah, it's a pacifist. Yeah, America's an empire. They're a monarchy, a religious monarchy. Constitutional empire. They actually have the liberals in control now? What the hell? Steel frame buildings. Oh, fantastic. Our economy is going to collapse for a few years here as we transition to steel buildings, but it will be well worth it. We'll need a lot of glass and a lot of steel. So much glass and steel. It's going to destroy our investment pool, but thankfully we have enough. It's fine. We can actually maintain this level of construction for a while here. Modern nursing. Nice. Well, don't disrespect the Ficomont dynasty. Theodore de Ficomont is an absolute mega chad. Look at his beard. Our Franco-Canadian traditionalist planter emperor of the US. His son's a pacifist. He's got a very luxurious beard. I'm hearing a lot of jealousy. That's all I'm hearing right now. Looking good. We have a huge sugar route with the US now. The Cubans are exporting all their sugar to the Americans. When crossing the river, some of the companions of the expedition noticed an unknown fish specimen again. We're gonna eat that fucking fish is what we're gonna do. Did we succeed? Ludovico Mezzacapo has returned triumphantly. The source of the Nile River has been discovered. It turns out that the source of the Great Lakes of Africa. Dr. Mezzacapo, I presume. Boy. The roaring sound of the water reminded me of my childhood, a distant blurry line impossible to cross ever again. In my nightmares, I used to drown. The torrent kept going and going like an open wound bleeding out. The heart of Africa is exposed before us, the dissection of a continent with meticulous care. In my nightmares, I still drown. He's an explorer like we are now. Found the source of the Nile. Hell yeah. I could easily have that kind of beard, Curse. The problem is it's too luxurious. And unless you have the status of an emperor to find a good wife, women don't like giant beards 99% of the time. So I have to keep mine lowered. I don't have to. I choose to. GDP list. Yeah, we'll give him a promotion if we can too. Never mind, he's already a Grand Admiral. We literally cannot promote him any higher. He's an explorer, a naval commander, and cautious. Very good admiral. Garzi also succeeded in the Volta expedition. He's a trade unionist? Even despite succeeding that great expedition in the east, after news has come to the monarchy that one of our admirals was actually harboring revolutionary ideals, we're going to very privately have a sit down with him and force an early retirement, putting the rest of the Navy under the control of Ludovico Mezzacapo. We cannot have radicals in our government. The moment Simon Torres found out, he had him forcefully retired. Extremely forcefully. Oh, we can seek a royal marriage. King Simon Torres seeks a match with a partner suitably distinguished birth. A Hesse noble? Really? The Billung family is still around. He has the same name we do. Yeah, sure, why not? She's a good noble stock. He's a slaver? He's a bigot, that checks out. Holy shit. Do they have slavery? This is in the slave trade? They're isolationist slavers. Who the fuck did we just marry into? His son's a slaver too. Berlin is full of slaves. There's almost 500,000 slaves in Berlin. What the fuck? But they're enslaving their own people. It's not like there's anyone from like other regions of the world here. Like they're self-slaving Germans and Pomeranians. Oh my god, the Germans in Berlin enslaved the Pomeranians. Fucking Christ, man. That is fucking crazy. I gotta say, after playing enough EU4, I hate Pomerania too, because you have to go to war with them all the time. But enslaving them, I mean, that's a bit of an overreaction. I guess there's maybe some Polish slaves too. Yeah, all the old Pomeranians are being enslaved. I don't know what to think about that. That's just so out of left field. It's kind of just insane. Would you rather a world with this whole history or IRL history? IRL history. Well, I don't know. Like, what would I rather live with? Like, what would I rather live in, or what would I rather actually have happen? What would I rather have happen? Probably this timeline, because there's a mega-based super socialist Germany liberalizing Europe, which I think would be good for world history. I don't know though. The nation celebrates the marital union between the most gracious majesty King Simon and the charming daughter of Grand Duke Simon of Hesse. Is she also gonna be a slaver? Jesus. We'll do a grand wedding. Gets the people going. He's loved now because of his giant wedding. Hesse is ran by a Brandenburg player canon. True. It's the Billung dynasty. Weren't they a real dynasty too? Billung dynasty. Yeah, they were. Saxon nobles. So it's from the Saxony dynasty. Yep. Pomeranians are true Germans. I think Germany agrees with them. We'll make sure that the wedding is in Sassari so that we can choose who's catering it. I don't trust us to have that wedding in Berlin, I'm gonna be honest. There might be some problems. We married into a Germanic slaver family who has a history of enslaving other Germans in Pomerania, which we didn't know about until the wedding. Unfortunately. Kind of overlooked that one. Germany is the good guy in this timeline. We hate them for roleplay, but Germany's the good guy in this timeline. Ish. State atheism's kind of immoral. Fairly immoral. Collectivized agriculture, if it works, is fine, but I don't know if it works or not. Their economy suggests it is. It's actually Mecklenburg-Pomerania. All right, we're really starting to grow our economy quickly now. I'm going to expand a few more construction facilities too. We can actually afford this. Yeah, Bavaria was very rough in EU4 and very aggressive towards us, but they've kind of cooled down a bit. They're much more relaxed these days after the unification war to form Germany, at least. They're colonial. Conservative political agenda. The conservatives are huge in their government too. Oh, wow. Is this like the counter-revolution from within? Reactionary, conservative, liberal government. What the fuck is this? Who else? Does anyone actually else have slavery? I know America actually banned slavery in this timeline. I know that. Yeah, the Brits have debt slavery, so they're enslaving their own people. Let's see how many debt slaves there are in London. Almost 1 million. Oh my god. The British economy is dependent on slave labor of people who can't pay their debts. It's basically the modern US. Very similar concept. What the fuck, dude? Right, hold on, I need to find more music. What to play? This is always a banger. It's actually hearable. See if the French have slavery. Banned. Dutch. Banned. Castalla. Banned. Byzantium. Banned. Lithuania. Banned. Scandinavia. Debt slavery. 231,000 slaves in Stockholm. Nice. Iran, banned. Egypt, banned. Mexico will be banned for sure. They have debt slavery in the Democratic Republic of Mexico? Oh, wow. They have universal suffrage, a parliament. They've reformed to start to get rid of racial segregation, but they have debt slavery. America banned slavery. Brazil has debt slavery too. Chagatai banned slavery. Japan have debt slavery. India banned slavery. So did Nepal. So did Somalia. It's not around much anywhere. The only places that has outright slavery is Hesse, I think. Is that it? We married into the last slaver state in the world? That's unfortunate. Fuck, man. Alrighty. Well, that's a thing, you know. Maybe she's just really thick, you know. Maybe that's why Simon Torres did it. Maybe she's just super thick. You gotta remember, House Torres has a long history of having good taste in middle-aged thick women. So maybe that was just the only noble in Europe who fit that description for our boy. Could well be. Trade agreement with the Somalians. We're back on good terms with them. Really starting to pump out a lot of engines again when we just need insane amounts of steel and glass. Lead harder into it. I'm just coping on behalf of Simon Torres. It's fine. I really wish that it would show like the wives of leaders. I think that'd be really interesting. I'm sure it's more like characters they'd have to make the game slower with, but it'd be way more interesting if you actually had like almost a CK3 character system in Vic. I think that'd be really cool. And then the game runs at like, you know, 2 frames per second. Simon just looked at the princess and his friend went, bro, her family to slavery, and Simon answered, I can fix it. Fuck. Ooh. Embrace slavery? Nah. Did we ever have slave laws? I don't think we did. We participated in the slave trade during EU4 a little bit, but we weren't actually too active in it. So we lost all our colonies when it actually became a thing. It's not like we can high horse this and be like, oh yeah, we banned slavery early because we're moral. We just lost all our colonies, so we couldn't even participate. There will be a lot of liberal arts majors in the Napoli college writing about that in 100 years. Brazil did win that war, by the way, and they pushed further west. You'd probably be in the North African Egyptian slave trade. Yeah, that's true, actually. Defend the borders, promote liberal reforms in plantation economy. Nice. Oh, the American. Oh, I am. Thank you for telling me. I got dragged into the end of the CK3 game there. I was still in a VC. I've been in a Discord VC the whole time. Nice. Beautiful. I like how Brazil has slowly grown over the years. Yeah, they've been playing the long game out of necessity. They've come to be one of our greatest allies. Oh, here we go. I said it was steel frame buildings, and we're starting to really roll in the economy now. We're building up the economy, we'll build up the military, and we're gonna get back to what we do best. Lose wars and then come back harder and win them. A proud tradition of our family and our nation. So need to lower taxes at some point here. Give me that sweet, sweet steel. Oh my god. Look how productive, look how profitable our steel mills are. Yeah, steel's worth so fucking much right now. We have a surplus of iron because Cuba's in our market now. I bet they're producing a fuck ton. Well, that's sick. Are they? Maybe not. Where's all this iron coming from? They weren't fully employed because there wasn't a high enough demand for it in a profitable way, which our steel mills are giving now. I see. Okay. No, we're not importing any. But like only a few, couple, almost nothing. And iron construction. Thank you, Curse. That's the other one. Oyo is the successor state of Yorubaland, by the way. They just collapsed after our wars with them in the roleplay because the save translator decided to make them a decentralized nation. We did beat the crap out of them like 4 times to the point that they couldn't, like, felt like they couldn't fight probably Europeans anymore, and Britain just, like, started colonizing them, annexing them. Understandable. Huh. Yeah, the amount of iron we freed up going to steel frame buildings is pretty crazy. And all that iron we're going to put back into steel, and then will be used in the end. Professional interests have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the interests of the business interests. Too bad. Are they aware that we go to all their parties and consider ourselves to be almost one of them? Clearly not. When he's not out at the Opera Hall of Cesar, he's going to capitalist bourgeoisie parties. Always feel like I'm forgetting about changing one of the PMs, but don't normally. We actually need more steamers. Our trade routes. Wow, okay. We Campagnar shipyard, and then we'll get on naval shipyards. Steam donkey is complete. We'll need way more coal for that, but it'll be very useful. Let's finish Theory of Evolution. We've done so much for it in recent years of our expeditions. It makes sense. Funny thing is that the world is that the white people are enslaving white people. Yep, that's what Hess is doing. The Pomeranians are enslaved by the The Palabo Franconians. What? The hell, the Palabo Franconians? That's the main group in Berlin. How would that have happened? Are there any actually like Germans left in Berlin? Yeah, there's very few North Germans. You know what probably happened though, roleplay wise at least? There were probably tons of Germans here, but they all fled to Germany after the Palabo Franconians were enslaving everyone. Wow. What's up, young Nogatsune? I know Italy's goal in World War II, I think, was Libya and the Chad down to Cameroon, I believe. Yeah, we'd want colonies, but we'd also really want to get unification in this. But in like the actual real life World War I, I think so. Really, I think Mussolini just wanted, or Mussolini wanted anything he could get colonially in Africa. So they're Polish French. The Polish French are the dominant group in Hesse. Unless this is some like super hold up, what's the culture of their leader? That's all we'll know. Yeah, he's Palabo Franconian. So the Pomeranians and Germans are being enslaved by the French Poles who have a dominant power base in Berlin underneath a Grand Duke. Dude, the stuff you see in mega campaigns just gets so out there. Hesse is just wild. It's cursed curse. You know, it's very cursed. I'm bad at this game. Any tips? Pause the game more times than you think you were. Focus really on wood and iron in the first part of the game. Get steel frame buildings as quickly as you can. You always have less universities than you should. Educating your people will be the biggest stopper between you industrializing and not industrializing. So always make sure that you educate early on by getting the institution and getting public schools. If you're not role playing and playing casually, that is. That'd be my recommendation. Yeah, Franconia is owned by Germany though, I think, isn't it? No, it's not. Oh, where's Franconia? No idea. It's not Nazi. They're just slavers. It's just literally a slavery-filled Grand Duchy in northern Germany. Fascism hasn't showed up in this game, and it will. Better Politics really does a good job of fleshing out fascism more, so we'll actually have it at the end of Vic 3. It will appear. We really need to get commercialized agriculture, but we need mutual funds. Every game is very much unique, yes. Especially with mods. I really recommend you play with mods as well. Young Nagatsune. You can find a good amount on the Steam Workshop, and just sort by most popular all the time and you'll find some really good ones. Base Vic 3 is very mediocre right now, but modded Vic 3 is pretty solid. Not incredible, but very solid. Oh, there we go. Actual economic progress here. We're almost out of a deficit too. We're literally outscaling our economy and taxation that comes from it. We need to lower taxes next. That's the big thing. Yeah. Paradox leans so hard on modders, it's kind of crazy. They pay them nothing and give them no shoutouts. Fernando Barberini Colonna has discovered a great comet of 74. Nice. Hell yeah. After he spent hundreds of nights in the observatory watching the sky, our astronomer Dr. Berardini Colonna is now experienced. Nice. See if we can do anything with that. We need a lot of astronomical objects to do these, goddamn. We need a university at 10 or higher for all of these too. It's been revealed that Enrico Galuppi, the church interests, have been having a secret affair with a member of the clergy. We'll force him to resign. Vic 3 really needs to make more roleplay flavor events. There's so few in the base game. I've seen these all so many times. The mods I have on add a few more, but actually a good amount with that one, but all right, so let's get our university level up. I'm gonna build up the one in Campania. It's just a much bigger area of the kingdom right now. Let's expand our colonies as well. A new Dr. Time to put his name everywhere in the history books and erase the other one. Astronomical objects are a part of one of the mods I have. They basically are found by characters in the game who get the astronomer trait in your country, and they get events that over time will like be mapping solar objects. It's kind of like a race system. Show you. One of them shows it, but I forget which one. Here we go. Is there not another one? I thought there was. Oh, we have a few going for it. The game tracks it. I thought there was a menu for it, but now I can't find it. I'm not too sure. They're basically like the metric of how much our country is doing for astronomy in terms of mapping the stars in the solar system, which was a very big thing in this time period. Because obviously, the heliocentric model was actually being accepted and the church wasn't killing it, and amateur astronomy for many, even like low class, well, probably middle class people was doable. So amateur astronomy had a golden age in this time period. And amateur astronomy is still very much a useful thing that's still around, but it's not like back in the 19th century when you could make some huge, giant, crazy find all the time. You need like much bigger telescopes nowadays for at least a lot of the big stuff. God damn it. Okay. Last of the steel mills. Oh, astronomy is still in a golden age, but it's different nowadays because it's people have gotten so used to it. There's like no crazy excitement for it much anymore. I mean, with some people there are. I know I'm always excited when I see new things about it, but for the common people, not really. Think of it a follow, Nagatsune. But in like the 19th century, even the common person was just blown away by like what was happening with astronomy. And nowadays, you talk to a random person about like recent astronomical finds, even interesting ones, and they'll just zone you out. At least in my experience, which is sad, but is what it is. We take a lot for granted in the modern world. We're very adjusted and very used to very insane things. For good and bad, you know, I think. Just while thinking about it. Let's go ahead and get rid of that dissident as well. I don't know why he's still around. He's from Napoleon II back in the day. He's trying to enact an oligarchy, which we're not really for or against, so we'll just ignore that. Got a lot of agitators, actually. A lot. We might want to invite one. We're a jingoist, so we'd want to adapt war laws that would support rapid expansion and war, which we mostly already have, though, to be fair. We kind of have everything we need, so well, we have a lot of different and new things in space still to this day. There's always interesting new cool news coming out about it. It's just not as like just crazily new for people as it used to be, you know. I'd recommend just playing the base game a lot to learn and don't won't overload yourself. Yeah, I'd say just a few mods. Let me look at the mod list I'd recommend for you to start off with, like just a couple. I'd recommend playing with Anbield's mod. It makes the AI just like perform better, but they will outcompete you, so that's your choice. It'll make them more interesting to actually work with though. Let's see. I'd recommend playing with a Victorian flavor mod. It's the best just like general all-around mod out for the game right now, and it will just make your games more interesting. It'll add way more events. So I really recommend playing the Victorian flavor mod. If you get bored of the same thing over and over again and you want something new, try out Divergences of Darkness. It's like a whole fantasy kind of mod that, like, not fantasy. It's alternative timeline mod that's really fun. Don't play the Great Waverock. The makers of it are a piece of shit. We just had to ban a couple of their mods from our multiplayer Discord actually yesterday for being shitheads. And I recommend playing with the Ishii mod as well, which just gives more general flavor. Those shouldn't make the game too much harder for you. So VFM and Beald's Ichi mods would be what I recommend. Yep. That shouldn't overwhelm you. It'll just make your game more fun. Speaking of space, apparently they found some evidence of SMBH seeds. Really? Stupid alien rumors. They're not stupid, to be fair. Anyone who doesn't at least have a cautious interest in space-related things in the world has been the subject of a little bit too much propaganda, I'm afraid. I'm not the type of person to spout like aliens are here all the time, the government's like, you know, clearly covering it up, it's crazy. But I also think anyone who outright ignores like the alien stuff and like, you know, the rumors and stuff that's happened in history, it's either propaganda or I guess you just don't want to believe it, which is fine. But there's a good middle ground where you have a healthy, I think it's always good to be very healthily, what's the word? Untrusting in what governments tell us and willing to entertain subjects that you find uncomfortable, because the subject of aliens should be very uncomfortable for you. Any guy you meet on like a sci-fi Discord who talks about fucking like, you know, Mass Effect aliens in space doesn't understand how aliens would probably work. You should be afraid of them. They're not a good thing probably, but I don't know. We haven't found microlife in the universe yet? Yeah, but like we've only been off the planet a couple times, Curse. Humans themselves have stepped foot on one other astronomical body besides Earth, the moon. It's literally basically almost Earth, you know. Probes where we brought back matter have only gone to several other astronomical objects. So using a sample size of less than a dozen in a galaxy of hundreds of millions of stars probably isn't a very good, you know, good thing to find certainty in, you know. Just saying. What's so sad as conspiracy terms is when they say aliens had contact helping ancient alien civilization. It's very unlikely. But the people who like will point to like evidence about it as facts, yeah, that stuff's crazy. You can clearly see this, man. Look, clearly aliens. Maybe, probably not. Humans are pretty smart, man. I think a lot of times people underestimate how intelligent humans are and how innovative we are and how creative we are, which is why we're where we are at right now, you know? Well, clearly the pyramids were done by aliens, or hear me out, there were just a couple really fucking smart people who made some mathematical innovations and were given the ability to do it by the pharaohs who wanted giant fucking tombs. Maybe. You never know. It's possible. I mean, literally like couple, who was the Egyptian mathematician who became a god? What was his name again? He was the constructor of one of the early pyramids and he literally like became a god and was worshipped. Super interesting guy. Forget his name. Start with a Z, I think. Actually. We definitely are intelligent and innovative, but it's not a cause for us to be stupid. People vary. People vary, and people act unintelligently in large amounts. What was his name? Now I want to find it. Egyptian mathematician who became worshipped. Imhotep. Imhotep. Yeah. Architect, physician, and statesman. Vizier, sage, architect, astrologer, and chief minister to the pharaoh. Later worshipped as the god of medicine in both Egypt and Greece. He was the architect of the step pyramid. Built in Memphis. Yeah, interesting fucking dude. Goddamn. That guy Prestige? Yeah, he got a lot of prestige. He got living legend in CK3. My problem with ancient alien theory is that it assumes ancient people were too stupid to understand the concept of more advanced people from around the world. Yes, absolutely. I mean, information transfer did happen over shockingly long distance in the ancient world. People, I think, oftentimes forget that or misremember or choose not to remember. I don't know. Also, I have been streaming for a little while now. It's gotten a bit late. Before this, I was also fixing my CK3. I want to grab something very quickly to eat and grab some water. So I'm going to take like a 10-minute break real quick. So I will be back in a few moments. I'm going to shoot you the link to this guy while I'm gone, in case you want to read it, because he's super interesting. I think. I like old school ancient history stuff. It's super fucking interesting. Do you want a fun read? Till I return, I'll be back in a few. Alrighty. We are back. We are so back. Got Stephen Fry's new book, book on Greek pantheon legends. It was super interesting. I've never actually read that, Ace, if you're still here. I'm meaning to. I've never read any of Stephen Fry's books. They've always been like on my to-read list. I've just never gotten around to them. He's a very interesting guy. Very, very good speaker. Very good writer, I'm sure, too. I always like that one show that he runs, QI. Any of y'all ever watch that? British show. It's like one of their quiz shows. British television and British media is very strange. It's very different culturally, at least from the US, but it's very good. I always like QI. Very fun show because you get to learn stuff and they're just like fucking around and making jokes the whole time, so it's a lot of fun. And then I really loved him in A Bit of Fry and Laurie from back in the day. Top tier comedy show with Hugh Laurie, he's famous from House MD. Before he was like a TV star, he was a comedian in Britain and did like shows there. And he was in A Bit of Fry and Laurie, which is an amazing show. The right has won yet again, 83% of the vote. Very much maintaining their power. Yeah, QI is so fun, man. I haven't watched it consistently in years, but always very fun. It's a cultural thing, Lel, at least in the US. Like US humor and US like TV shows, they're much more. I know British humor is distinctly different. It's much more dry. In many ways, it's just like got a very different style. I don't know even how to describe it, but just the general culture combined with like the humor differences makes for a very different, especially like comedy programs and shows. But even like BBC network shows are much different, much more like theatrical, theater-based kind of drama, and much more like dry tongue-in-cheek humor, versus in the US where it's much more like Hollywood cinematic kind of drama shows, and then much more our comedy is just very different, you know. So yeah, I like it a lot. I love British humor, but it's very different. So this morning, the coastal Sardinian Navy has reached a breaking point, which when mutiny is desertion and a general lack of order, the Navy has become nearly impossible to control. We will crack down on it yet again. We haven't been properly funding or prioritizing it for a while, so I can't say I'm surprised. Very unfortunate. Another problem on the table of Simon Torres. I think he probably walked into this with a lot of confidence given his ancestor Simon Torres, but he is much like Napoleon II, finding the administering of the kingdom much harder than he expected. I think British entertainment is more subtle, with American entertainment leans to be more flashy. Yeah, good way to put it as well. Very true. I mean, like, take two like very good like comedy shows in the US versus Britain, like, right, which would just be like Whose Line Is It Anyway, probably like one of the more iconic comedy shows in America in recent memory, versus something like Hugh and Laurie. I mean, they're just very, very different in style and in culture and stuff like that. And then take two like good, you know, American versus British dramas, like, you know, let's go with Mad Men, I guess would be a good example, one in recent years, good kind of drama or something like that. There's a lot to choose from, versus like a typical BBC kind of drama show, like Downton Abbey. Just very different. Very distinctly different. I mean, every region has their own culture for media, period, right? I mean, Bollywood, Japanese cinema and anime, Korean dramas, which are very good, you know, German, I don't know, I haven't seen many German stuff. The only show I can remember that I watched like a German drama was that like World War II one. I forget the name of it. It was pretty good. And then I guess French media, which I've never watched. I'm sure I have, but just not much. I mean, there's good French movies I've watched from like 70s. American humor is characters making jokes versus Brits where the setting of the characters is the whole joke. Yeah, they make fun of literally every part of something. Again, the Chagatai want us to join their customs union. This is the second time they've asked. They're still being polite about it. We need to very politely decline. We'll send an ambassador to the court of to the emperor, making it clear that it wouldn't be a good idea, as it would harm the Chagatai's economy far too much And we'd be best as simply good trade allies. We're gonna economically friend zone the Chagatai right now is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna decline. Absolutely not. We like you, but we see you as just a friend. German crime dramas, I'd say, are up there with Scandinavian crime dramas in terms of quality. Yes, here in the UK, love some Scandinavian Norwegian as well. I've seen some good Norwegian shows as well. There's that one really funny one about like that American mafia guy going over there. I forget the name. I watched a bunch of that. There's that really good German TV show about like World War I, Babylon, Berlin. I don't think that was German though, was it? I think that was Hollywood did that. Babylon, Berlin. I got a little bored of it, but was it produced by a German company? It's in German. What was the studio? No, it was actually a German production company. Yeah, Babylon Berlin was really good. I just couldn't stay interested too long. I wonder if the Chagatai would be able to achieve 1B before the end of Vic 3. I'd say yes. They're already at 683 million. And like, look how much, let's see how much they've grown since the start of the game. Fuck you. God damn it. They've already doubled in size. So I'd say they'll be actually closer to 2 billion by the end of Vic 3, to be honest with you. Because we still got another 60 years to go. And population growth will speed up too. Once mortality is reduced in the Chagatai with institutions and technologies, it will go even quicker. So they're going to be terrifyingly large in Hoi. And they'll probably be the country we're going to have to fight. So mass assault doctrine, I don't want to even think about that. Theory of evolution. The crucial break from the concept of constant typological types in biology came from the theory of evolution through natural selection. Darwin noted that population growth would lead a struggle of existence in which favorable variations prevailed as others perished. They could explain the diversity of animals and plants with a common ancestry. Some were distributed by the sense, it implied the humans did not have a special place in the universe. We can also build a zoo now. Hell yeah. We are going to work on open hearth process to maximize our steel production given how much we need. And I'm sure we're going to become a very big steel exporter very quickly here too, and we'll need that as well. We're also missing so much it's hurting our construction. Mainly glass is what we need at this point. We'll do that in Campania as well. We just got so many people there who need good jobs and who are actually fairly well educated. The Italian mainland is much more well educated than Sardinia or North Africa by a long shot, so. What do you support? Who would support you if you did a unification play? The Papal States and Savoy are currently supporting us to unify Italy. Lombardy and Ferrara do not support it. Obviously the Germans or the Bosnians don't either. Or the Lombardy too in Albania. I wonder why there's so many Italians in Albania. Goddamn. Yeah. Papal States and Savoy. Ferrara doesn't want it, but they don't care a lot. Lombardy is the other big unification candidate, and they have no support, and they sure as hell don't support us. We have a long history of Lombardy, too. That'll be a big moment when we actually have to fight them to unify. Subsume them. Turmoil. That'd be the high taxes. It's really slowing down construction. We can go into more debt. I'm going to lower our taxes. We're losing. Oh man. Village interests primarily. The peasants are very unhappy. That's because taxes are so high and they don't have like a buffer zone to pay for their basic necessities. Yeah. They also don't just make enough, period. How many subsistence farms do we actually still have left? Probably too many. Wow. A lot. The majority of our population are still peasants. 15 million. We really need to get them better jobs, but construction only goes so quickly. Oh yeah, Imperator Rome music is top tier. Oh. Oh. Interesting. General University is active in the building. I think this is bugged. No, I guess? I can't tell if these are bugged or not. We'll make Tuscany a humanities university. Same with Abruzzo. Apula will make our mathematical technical college. That's fucking sick. Well, actually, we'll split it. We do... Oh, okay, we specialized. Interesting. That's really cool. Okay, iron deficit is mostly dealt with now. We still have a tiny little surplus. We'll need even more though, because steel we got to ramp up production of. We're already producing so much. We're the 5th largest producer of steel in the world right now, right behind the US and Britain. And then Chagatai and Germany are just making ungodly amounts of steel. Look at that. 11,000 in Germany, 10,000 in the Chagatai. Every time I hope that they're falling behind and like not as advanced as everyone else, I'm just reminded that the Chagatai are in fact the Ottomans of this timeline if the Ottomans never decayed and declined. Who also own all of China. And the millions, almost billions of people who live there. We gotta up our police too. We need to deal with this turmoil better. Which requires more bureaucracy. Oh man. We already have 72. More bureaucratic administrations it is. There's no way around that. The tax reduction is lowering it a little bit. Yes, there's politically unaligned peasants who are very upset. How do we want to deal with that? Lowering taxes to medium would go a long ways. I'm going to put us into debt a little bit here to try and stabilize some things. There's not much else we can do to really make them happy or increase quality of life for them, besides getting them voting rights, but we're not going to do that. We can't get too crazy here. Simon Torres isn't a radical. Ugh. Disgusted myself for a moment there. Land reform we really do need to do. That's one reason they're very unhappy. We need commercialized agriculture. We could go for homesteading. Because none of them basically own the farms. That's why they're really angry with us right now. For good reason. We'll try and pass homesteading. Simon Torres knows that he needs to make a concession, and he doesn't want to make a democratic one, that's for sure. So we're going to do the one other big political concession we can give right now to try and reduce the widespread unpopularity of the government, which will upset some of his more aristocratic core supporters by a lot, but they also know they've really got no one else to turn to than him, and he would know that as well, right? I mean, that anger could quickly turn into radical revolution. I wish they wrote better descriptions for these. The fact that this is a base game law and has so little writing from the devs. I really try and like so many parts of Vicky 3, and then sometimes there's just such a clear lack of effort. It's just kind of... I'll be honest, it's probably because they're forced to rush out these features, let's be honest, but still. Depth and flavor is the core ingredient of a Paradox game. Without it, are there any groups that are actually just... The business interests are entirely loyal to us. I mean, in terms of not having any radicals. Same with the military. Every other group is very unhappy. Especially the common people, the farmers. And the church. So roleplay wise, we're kind of going through a bit of a minor crisis, bordering on almost another civil war or revolution here, due to the fact after taking power, Simon Torres, who was put there and formed a government with the old school nobles, burghers, recent bourgeoisie capitalists, formed his power base and government gave them huge concessions across the board, including to maintain their right of like not quite serfdom, but land is almost entirely owned by like a select few, right? And that's reached a breaking point, given obviously all of our people and all the people in the world would be aware that there is an alternative in countries like Germany, where there is literally collective ownership of agriculture. And I'm sure many people in our country wouldn't want that. Some would, most wouldn't, but they'd certainly want a better system. And we are basically being forced to give that. When I roleplay conservatives in Vic 3, I like to fight tooth and nail for every reform, so. But this is one we can't fight. I mean, there's 7 million of our people who are just outright almost up in arms over this. And if we don't have food from farmers, then our country will not run. Despite us getting so many from the Chagatai. And it's not like we can just like, you know, defund the farms or anything and rely on imports either, because subsistence farmers just always will do it. You can't put them in other jobs without building more buildings, which we can't do. So we failed to industrialize quickly enough to kind of get out of this trap, which we would know as well. What's up, Scythe? Do your grandsons are married to females of your line? Nice. Hell yeah. I'm just gonna find one of the unmarried men and get them put onto a piece of territory in Iberia, I think. All right, we're past consideration, or we're in consideration now. Beautiful. We're moving through pretty nicely. I feel like basically everyone in our government would understand this needs to happen. Even the nobles who will be losing money and land here understand that this is a necessary reform for our government. Are we one of the last countries in Europe to actually have not done this? I'm curious. No, France has tenant farmers. Castella has tenant farmers. It's still actually very common. But it's just become a big political crisis for us before anyone else. Probably due to our very high literacy. Given a lot of even like common folk actually have a moderate education, You know, when you start giving people education and money and rights, they tend to like not want to live horrible lives. So we're dealing with that right now a little bit. This as well. Was your grand campaign good for today, Scythe? Up in Scotland. Actually dealt with some of our bureaucratic issues. I think we had a modifier that was lowering our bureaucracy that we got rid of too, so that'll help us a little bit here. Getting a couple more trade agreements to reduce our costs for trade routes would be a good idea as well. Though we will lose that tariff income. Honestly worth it though. Who do we have the most routes with? Chagatai, we have a trade route. Egypt, we have a trade route, trade agreement. Somalia. I'm gonna reduce a couple of these really small ones then. Really need them anyway. We'll keep all of our trade routes with countries that we actually have agreements with. Germans. We do need that hardwood, so we're going to keep that. Warships we're making a fortune on, we'll keep that. We need the paper, so we'll keep that. And then Palos, we'll keep that as well. Trade agreement with them actually almost might be worth it. Where the hell are they at? They're really small. Wow. Holy crap. Bengal's just so populated. They have 10 million people even in their tiny borders. Scotland's no more. Alba Gubraith, in fact. The Scottish culture is almost eliminated. Wow. You went Gaelic, right? And due to my recent RP, we will not only be bringing back paganism, but we will be convinced a bunch of other monarchs to do the same. Nice. Not too much. Jeez. We're making big concessions to the common folk right now. We're removing tenant farmership. So allowing like people to own basically their own farms, own tracts of land essentially. Okay. Coal investment is ramped up. We should speed up. God fucking damn it. We're trying to colonize in Africa, so let's shift back to that. There really needs to be a pop-up when you're getting no progress on your colonies like that. That really needs to be a feature in this game. Alright, we'll get a bit more bureaucracy with some buildings, and when we do, I'm going to max out our colonial affairs, and then I really want to up the law enforcement levels. It's not easy maintaining a dictatorial monarchy, so we got to be very careful here. We're gonna switch up the music a bit too. There we go. That'll work. We might be able to get a few more colonies here too. Then again, the coastline has been so taken. Yeah, we can do a little bit in the south as well. We've been completely outcompeted by the Chaganai and the French in Madagascar and Castalla. Wow. We're going to go into the southern Congo region a bit more, compete there with Great Britain. We're competing a little bit better now with the Chagatai in the Niger Delta and Cameroon. And then continuing to expand our colonies up in the Maghreb as well. Oh, wow. Britain just tried to make Egyptian Argentina their vassal, and they failed. Are the Brits gonna go in? There's still a very conservative, like, colonial government, so even though they're a republic, this Britain may actually be doing some aggressive colonial stuff here. The glass is what we really need. GDPs? Sure. We have passed both Japan and Egypt now, so we're right behind France. Our economy is growing very quickly finally. So, Simone's connections with the business interests and focusing on industrializing the country is really starting to speed things up here. We're moving very fast now. Chagatai, oh god, look at that. Our standard of living has actually improved a tiny bit too. The main way to improve standard of living is institutions, but also actually providing a lot of cheap food, especially groceries for people in the mid-game, so we want to work on that a little bit here. We did pass homesteading. Farmers lay claim to plots of land that they work alongside their hired laborers, so there will be some joint ownership between the common farmers who work the land as well as the noble interests who have historically owned it. I think in the roleplay we'll do a hybridized version of this, where instead of just seizing land from the nobles, Simon Torres instead would have negotiated a bill whereby noble interests were the control land were essentially required to give like a part ownership, a large part ownership to the farmers working their lands for the plots of lands that they own in order to have like a more joint, like kind of very capitalistic stock ownership system. So the nobles wouldn't be forced to give it away for pennies, and we wouldn't be forced to buy all this land from them for exorbitant costs that we couldn't afford. But instead they're required to give a portion of its ownership and value, therefore, to the people who work it, meaning joint profit sharing. So that would, I think, be a more realistic roleplay scenario that we could pass this law. Because otherwise we'd have to take it from the nobles, which would be a civil war at the very least, or we'd have to buy it from them. And given our economy and given the amount of land we own, it would not happen. So we'll find a good middle ground, which we'll push through. No one's really happy, but everyone is willing to accept the situation. And we immediately lost 1 million radicals. What's up, Eagle? How are you doing? Yeah, we got a lot of loyalists out of that too. That was a very popular reform by Simon there. Very popular. Not as many as I thought went down though. I think standard of living is the biggest thing now that we would have to really work on if we want to get rid of more of these radicals. And having a better policing system to deal with them, obviously. So they can't be talking too loudly in public spaces about their problems with the government. We're going to actually build port connections to all our colonial regions, which will make them grow quicker and generally make us able to extract goods from them. There's a lot of places there that we need to be building buildings and can't because we can't get it connected to the market. We'll expand the shipyards of Campania to keep up with the massive trade routes we now have leaving Sassari, Napoli, and Tunisia. We're going to get a level 10 university in Napoli to befit its status as one of the pinnacle universities of Europe. And then we're going to work on glass and meeting the demands of our modern building techniques. After which, I think we're going to probably develop a textile industry. What does your America look like? It is a empire monarchy, constitutional empire underneath a French dynasty. They're doing very well. They've taken land in Canada, in Mexico, and in California. The age of feudalism is over, and the nobility should focus on patronizing the arts and science. I would figure the only reason this would be even remotely accepted, if this happened 150 years ago, we could not have passed this. It would have been a civil war. It would have been a nobility revolt. The only reason I would say it's actually achievable right now is due to the fact that a lot of nobles and like burgher families are obviously very heavily invested into our modern industrial facilities, right? Or that's, textile mills, paper mills, chemical plants, whatever it is. There's obviously joint ownership there from a lot of these noble families because, when you industrialize, who owns those factories? People with wealth from the past. So they have more diverse opportunities for what they actually get income from. And given how much radically more profitable industry is than just basic subsistence farming, it's something that they'd be willing to stomach. I'm sure that speech would have been given dozens of times by our dear king here at various parties he went to while lobbying for the law that we just reformed. That Norwegian, ex-Norwegian colonial, communist state in Pennsylvania, in New York is still alive, actually. New Norway is not dead. Remember that vanguardist communist state that revolted against the US? They still exist. There's 1.5 million people in upstate Western New York who are a part of a communist collective in the heart of the American Empire. Underneath Ingemar Aram. With a very high quality of life, too. I guess Theodore de Foucault is a little too busy working on other things to care about that communist collective in New York. It's not hard to get there from his capital in Maine, either. These aren't gonna grow. Class from Somali. Really? That is unexpected. Fish to Egypt. Matteo Guzzone has appeared in Sardinia, Corsica. He started a movement to enact state religion. It appears that Francesco Solaro della Margherita has sent one of his the members of the clergy to cause problems in our country. We're gonna expel him immediately. Yeah, even from southern Italy, probably from Rome. A tactful diplomat from southern Italy who's a Catholic. I wonder who sent him. Fuck, we can't exile him for almost 3 years. That is unfortunate. I guess he has diplomatic immunity. It's probably just the papal ambassador in Sassari doing this, let's be honest. He's just giving speeches outside the embassy. Eagle, there is nothing you can actually rename in Victory. Victory is the one Paradox game where you cannot rename anything. I can have a mod redeem those, refund those points to you if you'd like. Which is very strange. I think with the new military updates you're doing for Victory, you'll probably be able to rename like divisions and stuff like that from what I've seen, but until that is updated, it is not an option. We did pass France economically. Nope, they just passed us again. We're in a race with the French to outcompete them economically right now. And both of us are trying to catch up with the Indian countries. More steel! And glass. Keep an eye on that. The interest isn't too bad. Wow. We're getting 125,000 every tick from the investment fund, and it's still growing. The amount of money that has been created by the capitalists in Sardinia is just mind-blowing. Look at that. Mechanically in Victory, your investment pool is probably your most important economic feature in the game. And the best way to grow it is to get more capitalists, simply put. Which I didn't explicitly min-max. There's a lot of ways to min-max that in the early game, which we didn't do. Cattle farms create aristocrats now. We have no great composers in our country, unfortunately. You gotta max that out. We can't make opium anywhere in Asia that we have, right? We can. South Sumatra, we actually already have a bunch of opium plantations there. I didn't make those. That was all the nobles, the investors and the capitalists were making opium plantations in Sumatra. We'll go at 10. We'll actually get that event then for the opium trade. Well, we've been working on making opera houses, art facilities, and steel to industrialize our nation. These capitalists have been making growing opium. I mean, there's a very high profit margin on it, so I get that, but still. We're gonna need all that. We'll start exporting our excess steamers. Can we? Yes, it's Chagatai. Only them. Silk. Engines. To the Chagatai. Wow, that is profitable. Iron. We're gonna need more. I'll just hold on to it. Keep the lower prices to increase the profitability of steel. We have deficits of basically everything else, especially tools. Cheap Somalian tools. There was no American Civil War in this timeline. Slavery got banned really early on in America because it was never really a big industry. America in this timeline was underneath the French, and they didn't really utilize slavery heavily, so it was just never a thing. There may be a civil war at some point, because the southern part of America in this timeline is full of Native Americans who got pushed south. So, like Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Florida are primarily Native Americans. So we actually may have a civil war in this timeline where the Native Americans try and secede and create their own state from the French white settlers in the north. Which there's actually a lot of Native Americans there too, but there's a lot of French colonials there as well. That'd be an interesting civil war in this timeline, is the Native Americans in the southern states rising up to create their own state or to take over the government from the French monarchy. That'd be really cool. Hold on, this isn't the good block. Find another. There we go. That's what we want. Germany's starting to colonize much more aggressively now. We really need to get higher colonial law here. We can go up one more. Open hearth process, wonderful. We'll go with steel railway cars next. No, rubber we'll do first, rubber massification. Let's make our steel increase massively. Open hearth process, we get a number 900 steel. Which will make it not very profitable because there's not demand for it, but I'll expand our construction and then we're gonna have fuck tons of demand for it. World War I? I have no idea, Chiefs. I'm not just gonna force it at a historical time. If it happens naturally at any point, we'll see. I mean, it could be in like 5 years, or it could not happen at all. You never know. I'm not gonna just like, you know, strong arm push in a world war if it doesn't need to happen. One of the reasons I added that other mod, intelligent AI, or the better diplomacy mod, was to hope for some better interesting war situations in the later part of the game. Oh, America's importing all our steel now. Aren't they producing like as much as we are? No, a bit less. We're catching up to Britain in terms of steel production, actually. Do we expand in Europe? Yes. To form Italy, we'll need to do that, and I think taking land in Bosnia and maybe a bit more North Africa too would be a good idea. Beyond that, I don't think so. I mean, we are playing a jingoist, so if he starts to really get rolling with expansion, we'll do it, but I don't see that happening with our weak military. Our astronomer Ferdinando Berini Colonna has found many new stars and other astronomical objects. His colleagues are quite impressed. Nice. We're on the cutting edge of astronomy now as well. A bit of academic available as well. I wonder if that goes quicker if you have a higher literacy rate or more universities. 3 to 30 years, probably. The French just got rid of a radical liberal. All the old monarchies in Europe are starting to struggle to hang on to power at this point, I'd say. Definitely becoming a bit of a tough situation. And a lot of Salian. I still find it so funny that the Salians actually are still around. Like after everything, we almost got rid of all of them back in CK3, and they somehow survived and are now the ruling dynasty of France. That was that dynasty we ousted on the throne of the HRE way back when, under I think Alessandro actually. How we look on steel? Even more. Glass, we're in real bad shape on. Not as bad as I thought, actually. We can actually do more construction, honestly. See if the economy can sustain this though. And one of the reasons we actually are able to afford this construction is we're being so heavily subsidized by the investment pool. So if we expand our construction too much, they won't be able to fully cover it. And then that's when we'll run into some issues. But I think we should be good with these additions. We'll go up to probably around 350 and we'll hold there for a while, which is a lot, but I don't see it as an issue roleplay wise, given that, again, we were the first country to really industrialize and we did it all the way back in EU4. So I think us being able to industrialize very quickly after we've gotten through our economic turmoil and have established a scientific community in very large regard again would be very reasonable, utilizing more modern techniques. What's up, Jay? It's going very well. Still a lot of subsistence farmers. I love the smell of GDP growth in the morning. Beautiful. Can you find where we got steel frame buildings? Can anyone find on this graph where we got steel frame buildings? Out of curiosity. I don't know if anyone can tell here. It's time to start thinking about where we actually want to go to war. We are a jingoist. I mean, I think Simon could be very patient, but his core driving desire is expansion for Sardinia. And we have not had it in quite a while. The Maghreb would be a good country to expand into in the south, or the Papal Maghreb Company, which is independent. Or is it? It was, I thought. No, they're not. And we need to keep on good relations with the Papal States, given that they're supporting us in Italy. The Maghreb could be very much a war of expansion we could fight here. The only problem is they owe an They owe it? Oh. Britain and them have good relations, which I'd be a little worried about here. Optimally, this would be a really good chance to like rebuild our military a little bit and do actually some expansion, which Solomon would really like. Yeah, definitely in North Africa, TC armored. My only worry is that they're close to Britain, which could cause problems. Let's see what that would do. May join, may remain neutral. We have everything we need. All right. Simon Torres has spent the last 8 or so years ruling over Sardinia and Corsica after returning to the throne and winning the Civil War. He promised to work chiefly to the interests of the capitalist and working noble class, which has obviously put him in power and kept him in power, which he has done. He also sought to expand the economy and industrialize to compete with more other larger countries in Europe and the world economically, which he has done. But in his heart, he remembers his time fighting in the Japanese army against the British, the feel of a sword in his hand and leading men into battle, and he has decided he could wait no longer. After discussing many plans for expansion and war with the military high command, including more radical ones, he was eventually persuaded to seek a more reasonable war, one whereby we would not have to risk our economy nor our state for expansion and gains. And in the end, they settled upon the state of Maghreb in the south, a bordering country in between parts of the Papal State's old land in the region, which is now under the control of a high emirate, under Imam Salim al-Bin Zarti. Agreeing to these terms, only on the condition he can lead the army, Solomon is preparing for war. Not Solomon, Simon. God damn it. And let's hope that no one joins. We can convince the Chagatai to join, worst case scenario at least. They really do like us, don't they? Most prominent members of Abruzzo high society have been organizing luxurious parties in the new lavish urban buildings. Wonderful. We love the rich. Yeah. Protective. They've asked us to join their market 2 times now. They definitely don't see us as an equal, but we're definitely benefiting enough off of it that we can risk a little bit more closeness. The Brazilians won the war, and they expanded a bit more as well, so they're in very good shape. Okay. With rubber massification, let's immediately try and get a little bit of it. We don't need a ton yet, I don't think, but at least some for export would be a very good idea. We could actually only do 1. I thought we had a bit more, but we can make 1 rubber plantation in the Cameroon region. All right. Let's prepare the army. We'll set up a staging ground. No, we can't yet. There's no fronts. We'll set up a staging ground in North Africa in preparation. Dr. Ratushi. Oh, we got the electric telegraph. Nice. Through the use of simple electric pulses, messages can be rapidly transmitted through codes across vast distances. Officers in a stuffy office can send commands to an army on the far side of the world instantaneously. Dr. Ritucci is a promising talent for the scientific community and is qualified to be an astronomer. No, we'll keep our old one. He's a capable guy. King Simonos decided to conquer Maghreb against the advice of his royal cartographer, cried that he, when he saw the proposed border. It's victory. If you can't enjoy a game just because of borders, oh boy. There's always, I guess, like Hoi 4 or something. Or Stellaris, maybe? I don't know. I'm sure you probably already answered this, but are you going to form Italy? Yeah, Panda, we're going to try to, but we're going to have to beat Germany to do so, which is no easy task. There's no way around that. No one else is going to join on their side, it looks like, thankfully. To be fair, there would be few countries interested in protecting a Muslim government in an obscure region of Northern Africa at this point in history, besides maybe the Germans. Early archaeology unlocked. After Champollion's preparatory work, Carl Richard Lipsius succeeded in completely deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphs. It symbolized a change in the archaeological landscape. Archaeological societies, institutions, and museums promoted a new scientific culture. Nevertheless, Auguste Merida, one of the founding fathers of monument preservation, did not hesitate to open the Serpeium with explosive charges when it was discovered. Dude, early archaeology was terrifying and sad. So much stuff got destroyed. Like, it was insane how bad that was. I can't even read about it. It's just painful. The Sphinx. The obelisk taken. I don't know. I do have very mixed feelings on like ownership of artifacts. There's some people like, oh, you should always return artifacts to countries they were stolen from. I don't agree with that at all, because there's many countries who have corrupt enough governments that will not A, take care of them properly, and B, will sell them off. A big issue in modern Egypt for like the last 3-4 decades is the fact that like the government officials who oversee museums and like archaeology in the country consistently will sell those objects to private bidders or just not take care of them, underfund their preservation to line their pockets. And that's a common theme in a lot of country. Like people who blanketly argue for the returning of artifacts to countries. Oh boy, I don't even know what to say to that. But if a country is capable of taking care of it properly, absolutely. There's very few that can though, in a lot of African countries at least. Corruption is a very hard thing to remove from a country, and post-colonial governments always suffer from them. We actually have bureaucracy again. Oh god, that deficit's getting bad. Yeah, we're losing the investment pool now. The war has begun. Simon Torres himself, in the first war he has fought in since serving in the Japanese army in his youth, is beginning against a unimportant... Please tell me we have a border. God damn it. Impassable. May have fucked up a wee bit here. Thank you for the sub, Epic Prince 15. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that, man. Alright. I may have done fucked up a wee bit. We're going back to the autosave. Apparently our troops cannot walk in the desert. Alright. I don't agree with that, but all right. Buy camels? Yeah. You know, a creative mind would work around that situation, but I guess not. Michelle Barberini Colonna has offered to give some of the wealth to build a university in Akka. Absolutely. All right, this is before the play. We're fine. I know there should be a front here, but I guess this terrain's just like impassable. It's the only one there. No, this is impassable too. Huh. We'll go in the roleplay. When Simon Torres marched into the Maghreb trying to find the enemy, expecting a modern country, they were in fact primarily like Berbers. And as such, there were no sitting cities. They didn't know where to find water. And the tribesmen just literally retreated across the border into lands they weren't at war with and hid. So Simon Torres walked around in the desert for months on end with his army until he could not sustain their supply lines any longer. Realized there was nowhere there to even begin to set up proper cities and government, and decided simply to walk his troops home. Well, still technically at war in Maghreb, and we will be permanently, but we can't conquer a country, and he's unwilling to set up a colony there, given our efforts in other regions. So we were massively misinformed. Some even suggest within the Sardinian high society that the military high command knew this was going to happen and literally convinced him to fight a war with them due to that fact, so they wouldn't have to use a military that is unprepared for a major war. He did not lack in the enthusiasm, but he did lack the ability to establish modern cities in the middle of the desert with no water. Is that a personal failing? Maybe. Maybe. It's possible. Well, returning home, we're going to go back to working on the economy again. His jingoism has been sated for a few minutes. They did manage to shoot a few camels, and I think they caught a couple tribesmen. So they did get to kill some people and say they conquered land. Legally, we own Maghreb right now. In practice, no Sardinians live there. Go steal railway cars. I can see the political cartoons now, depicting him leading the Exodus and wandering around the desert for 40 days before going home. Yeah, exactly. Like one of those really sarcastic 19th century cartoons. Given the amount of radicals we have, I think there would be a lot of those cartoons circulating in various parts of the country. We'll keep our old one. Electric telegraph we got again. We built the ports though, so we actually have all our colonies connected to the home isles now, which means I think we grow a bit quicker. I think, if I remember correctly. I guess not. Jesus Christ, severe malaria. Severe malaria. We really want to metagame. We could always go down and rush, what's it called? Which one has it? Malaria prevention. 9 years straight of researching. But no, we will not do that. Early archaeology. Did we get any interesting decisions off of that? We did not. We can do safaris now. We can build a zoo, can't we? Thought we could. Is it a decision? Oh, a zoo, I'll get it. The zoo's not like a building. It's just like a thing in the mechanics. Let's see. For flavor. Hopefully Russia goes Soviet. You mean the Chagatai? That's not Russia. That's an ex-Mongolian dynasty that converted to Islam and conquered China. That's what that is. Yeah, I reloaded the save. It's impassable terrain, so we can't fight them. No way at all, even if we wanted to, which we do. Simon Torres very much did want to fight them. I'm just imagining him like, after like 3 weeks in, just the whole army's dehydrated, he's getting angrier and angrier, and just like using an elephant rifle to shoot at like any camel or object he sees. That's very popular in the time period, shooting random animals. Sir, we found another camel. Good, get my rifle. Gonna let out some of this aggression. This is before therapy after all, so, you know, you gotta deal with it somehow. Egyptian Algeria would require us fighting Egypt, who we were actually very friendly with. Our relations with them did a complete 180. We're actually on very good terms with them and the Byzantines as well. I think the country we may end up going towards war with is the French, actually. We technically have good relations with them, but that's one-sided. Roleplay wise, we still remembered many things about them, and they have a lot of colonies that we'd like, so I think the French might be the ones we could go against, or Castalla. Castalla does still have colonies that we could take, as well as land, but to fight them, we'd need a much bigger navy, much bigger navy, and a much bigger army. We simply cannot compete with them at the moment. To what we will get by colonizing over time. We're already working on it. You like him, you just don't love him. We have a very transactional relationship. And we've got a lot of very violent history, so it'd be very easy to be like, this relationship is not enough for me. It's also, okay, we are opium. Let's move up the priority on that, so it's... Did we already make the rubber plantation? Oh, we did. Okay. Where the hell did I build it? No, it was in Sumatra. That's where it was. Somewhere over here. Opium plantations. No. It was South Cameroon. Ah, I see. Okay. The capitalists are currently constructing it, so we can't be involved. I see. Okay. All right, glassworks, a couple more opium plantations. Then let's look at what we really need now. We're dealing with that. We need a lot more transportation. We need more engines. We need more glass. We need more explosives. We need a lot more explosives. Let's work on that next. That's the biggest thing that could really grow our base economy, is getting access to more dynamite in the mines. So, how's our sulfur looking as well? 158 surplus. Build 6 more. Which will require another 360 sulfur, which is another 250 we need. So we'll do 3 more sulfur mines in Abruzzo. Okay. That'll deal with our explosive crisis, and then we can actually use our mines in a lot more useful manner. A man in demand. Brazil is calling on the obligation we owe them by requesting our commander Ludovico Mazzacapo to serve in their military. Is this permanent? You gotta follow Nathan. A lot of talk about serving one's country in the military as if it was a simple choice. What is the best service you can provide to your country is by serving another. Is this permanent? They want him permanently? Dude, no. He's the guy who found the source of the Niger and Nile rivers. He is a living legend. Brazil, I love you, but you're asking for a lot here, man. He is 57, to be fair. Oh, man. I gotta think about... I'll do a poll for this. I haven't done a poll for a while, so let me lay this out for you guys. You're gonna be all members of the High Command and advisors to Simon Torres, or Simon Torres himself, considering a diplomatic offer we just got from the Brazilians, wherein they've asked permanently to establish a more modern navy to be given permanently in their naval high command to reform and to build up their navy, Ludovico Mazzacapo. He is one of our greatest admirals. He's the only one who's ever seen active combat still alive. He's also the man who found the source of the Nile and the source of the Niger Delta. He's very popular and celebrated in our country. But Brazil's also our longest standing ally, one that has stood with us against overwhelming situations before several times, and that we owe a lot to, and they have an obligation on us. If we say no, we could really hurt our position with Brazil and a very good ally. If we say yes, we'd be losing a legend. He'll always be Sardinian and Italian, right? But like, still. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I run this poll. So give a few minutes on this one. Alrighty. I will be right back. What's up, Nathan? Hello. Hello to you in Belgium. Lovely country. Lovely country. I'll be back in just a few moments. Poll is up if you'd like to vote on that, and I will see you in a moment. Alrighty. We are going to do it. What was the vote? Curious how close it was. Hey, fairly close. Yes for our alliance. All right. We will say yes, and we will send him to the Brazilians. A great man. A very great man. A distinguished one both militarily and in exploration. An icon of recent military history. But for our oldest ally, we must say yes. You're asking for a lot there, Jonas Constantine. We no longer have an obligation to them. Why did we have an obligation? I think it was in the Civil War, and I used it to bring the Brazilians in against the rebels under Simon Torres. So I guess as part of our reconciliation effort with them in the post-war era, the last thing they did to kind of measure our desire to truly be an ally with them, the new government at least, Simon Torres' government, was to ask for something like this, which is a very high price, and we said yes, so we're finally on very, very good diplomatic terms with them again. Yep, friendly, so. Goddamn. They're in the British Customs Union? Brazil! Why didn't you ask? You'd be welcome to join the Sardinian Customs Union. Wow. I'm a little hurt by that. Quite unfortunate. Glass works, opium, chemical plants, paper mills. I added paper mills when I was trying to add sulfur. That's what happens. I think I said I needed 3 more, so we'll build them in. Sicily. Sicily's a very, very good place. Historically, a lot of sulfur came out of there. It's a volcanic region. You can see it right there. There's a lot of really cool ruins in Sicily too. I'd love to visit there. I never have. There's a lot of like old Greek ruins there, Roman ruins. So much history. Sicily was actually a colony for the ancient Greek city-states. It was colonized. A bunch of Greek colonies on the island. Yep. Sulfur Devos. You can get more of it. They're from Bari. Really? Eagle, I didn't know that. That's cool. Hell yeah. Italian history is just so fascinating. So old. And it's been so interesting up until recent times too. There are some countries will have that like really crazy period, and like Mongolia, right? The Mongols. I mean, they were so impactful on the course of history and were so involved in these defining moments. And then for the rest of their history, they're just kind of irrelevant. Not completely. They have very interesting history, but it's not like just so impactful on a lot of major, things, right? Italy has just always been very impactful in one way or another. And relevant. I mean, to this day, not as much as they used to be, certainly, but still a very, very relevant country. You don't get in the G8 for nothing. Yeah, our investment pool is starting to go down a little bit now that we're taking a large portion out of it for this industrialization movement, but very well worth it in the long term. Long term, it will come back tenfold. Great grandpa immigrated to the US. Nice. Was that like pre-World War II or around World War II time? We also need to really expand our rail system. There's a lot of demand for that too. Never mind the accident Campania. As before, a price we're willing to pay. Post World War II. Yeah, there was a big exodus from Italy after World War II to the US. There were a couple big waves of Italian migration. That was definitely one of them. Silver mines, chemical plants. We have a big surplus of engines, or we should, unless we're exporting all of them. Yeah, we're exporting a lot. All going to the Chagatai. We can cancel that route though. And then just use them for ourselves. Put them places that there's a lot of need for it. The one in Acca, Abruzzo, and Umbria, and Apula. You don't have to spread them out like this. I like to do it for roleplay, because you can make, obviously, rail line networks without connecting them. Tahiti. No. Crete, we will build a railway line through to move things across the island. And then we'll just upgrade them in other places normally. Calabria, one more in Tuscany. We'll build a couple more in Campania. There's a lot of demand for it. We'll expand the lines. Sardinia and Corsica. And we'll expand the railway lines in North Africa as well. I'm just imagining I'm doing the Hoi 4 rail systems right now in my mind. Beautiful. We should have the engines for that, but we can always expand more. One crazy tidbit of Italian history is that after World War II, there was a vote on if Italy should remain a monarchy or become a republic, and the Republican side won out by only 54%. Yeah, it was very close. Victor Emmanuel III was removed from the monarchy, which is really ironic considering he was never a really big supporter of Mussolini, and he was a big supporter for the revolutionary movement underneath Mussolini and a supporter of the Allies coming in. And after all that, they still threw him to the curb because a lot of those people voting were fascists. Italy. Medea Gazzone, while in an address where he condemned the PSI, which is our Socialist Party, has begun to mobilize dedicated partisans to oppose the election. An unprincipled Morris, best served not in parliament but in prison. We're going to increase the momentum for the right. I'm going to use that against them. What's up, Varus? Not too much. Oh, was it Umberto II? I thought it was Emmanuel III. For at least post-World War II. Or did he die? Or the third? Yeah, it was the third, I thought. Last Italian king. No, you're right. Umberto II. Yeah, oh, okay, I see. His father did die. He died in 46. No, he died in 47. He resigned. Interesting. Did not know that. He still helped the fascist march on Rome because he thought it would gain more power that way. True. Yeah, he supported the march. Only because becoming anti-fascist when it was clear that Mussolini would be the sole ruler. My understanding, though, was even prior to that, he wasn't a big fan of fascism or Mussolini, but he saw the tides turning, was trying to keep, like, the monarchy alive, essentially, was my understanding, though. I could be wrong, though, from what I read when I was younger. In collaboration with the right, Matteo Gazzone was secured a deal for cheap and quickly distributed pamphlets in support of the party. Absolutely. Use all those printing presses we have. Okay, to create demand for all these explosives, we're going to go ahead and put everything onto dynamite. This is going to be an absolutely explosive reform for our economy. Booming industries. With the recent expansion in both the production and consumption of explosives in our country, there has been debate on whether the military or the industrial sector should have priority. Industrial sector, absolutely. Gotta step outside for 5 minutes, and now medium rare, so I'm gonna redeem a hydrate reminder for us all. Medium rare. Wear that sunscreen. There's so many radicals in Sicily, we're struggling to expand the mines there. Alright, we should also focus a bit on quality of life here. Alright, fuel needs. Transportation needs will be really improved by all these, transportation needs are a thing now for even our low income people, but we're gonna solve that with all the rail routes we're expanding. We need to build a textile industry, and we need to expand wood production to meet the fuel demands of common people. It's the only thing that they really need is clothing and fuel, which, to be fair, is very important, but still. So, let's see, we need another, we'll go with 800 textiles. Go a little above what we need. Each one does 80, we'll do 10. We'll do an Apula. We'll put it all the way up to 20. That's too many. I need to remove 3. We'll make Apula the textile hub of Italy. And then we'll expand our wood production as well to get all those commoners out into the market. Immediately North Africa. Umberto was king for 34 days. William Henry Harrison energy, except he abdicated instead of dying. Ah. Yeah, it's kind of not very relevant. What do you think of the ideas of companies in Vic 3? I think it's a really good idea. I don't, they've only put out a little, like, one picture of it, and I was very unimpressed, but obviously they have a lot of work to do on to work it out. So work on mutual funds. We've always been on the cutting edge of like joint ownership and currency standards, at least in EU4. So we'll go for mutual funds a little early. We also have literally joint ownership by many of the wealthy and probably middle-class people in the Sardinia and East India Company. So mutual funds makes sense for us to have them. Oh my God, Britain's just mass annexing Oyo. So is Germany right now. We're getting left behind in the colonial race pretty badly. Chagatai are really going into Congo quickly now too. That was loud. Something just exploded down the block. Yeah, our economy is really moving now. The explosives have dramatically helped. Next, we really need to get down radicals. That would require increased quality of life. So if we deal with textiles, if we deal with transportation, and if we deal with wood and fuel, we should be pretty good and get a lot of those down. Are we missing ports anywhere? That could also be causing us a lot of radical issues. Yes, we are. The right has won even more than the last election, with 84% of the vote, up from 81 last election. I don't think we have any colonies in Asia, but just in case. Sumatra. And we're not colonizing Papua, so we're fine there as well. Okay, that'll work. Rubber Rush in northern Sumatra. The two hyper-liberal states in Europe are mass annexing their colonies in Yorubaland right now. Wow. Colonization rights. Yeah, we're gonna get beat really badly in Africa too. There will definitely be a World War I against Britain and Germany now. If for no other reason, then they're gonna like have all of Africa, which will make them even more terrifyingly strong. I don't really want to enable the Chaghatay's giant explosive industry, so we're not going to import explosives from them. We're going to make them ourselves. This is the problem with having end builds on. The AI actually industrializes, including the terrifying ones. Egyptian coal, or not, sorry, Egyptian iron, rather. We have plenty for now. Yeah, fish to Egypt too, why not? Scramble for Africa. Yes, indeed. The only big players right now in it, really, the big players are the Chagatai, the Brits, and the Germans. The more minor but relevant players are us, the French, Castalla, and I think there was someone else too, if I remember. Egypt, technically, I guess. And the Byzantines, with their singular colony in Western Africa, in the Sahara. There's 3,000 Byzantine colonists. Deciphering the Akkadian language. Whoa. We need to build an archaeology museum first. Can we do that yet? Might not be able to yet. We can, I think, build an archaeology museum. Hold up, maybe in Sardinia? Five exotic animals so we can build a zoo. We need 5 artifacts to make an archaeology museum, so we have to get a few more. Archaeologists are busy. Do we have them? I thought one of our leaders was an archaeologist. Maybe we can hire. Oh, because we have no admirals left. Jesus Christ. Okay. We'll hire... We'll go with Cardino Coletta. We'll hire Fabio Antisi. And we'll leave it at that. And then for our army, we are going to hire another general. We can't do it forever. For in Nigeria, we're going to hire... We're gonna hire Saverio Naselli, who is a calm, well-traveled cocaine addict and rambler. I think rambler and cocaine addict go well together. Oh no, long walks. I thought he just ranted a lot while doing cocaine. I guess not. That'd be more fun. Indonesian general will go for Sebastiano Persico. He's a liberal, but we tolerate the very moderate liberals. And then in Zonj, we'll hire good conservative. An absent-minded philanthropist, Carcano de Escamard. Escamard? And we need one also in Grand Colombia, I guess. And North Africa. My gosh. We'll go with Mario Bufalari, a tough artillery commander. Reminds us of one of our old emperors. And then in North Africa, we'll go for Cordino Pelmiri, a mountain combat expert who's also very hedonistic. we've got a very spicy military command, I would say. Some of these might actually become like archaeologists and stuff too, so we actually have to have them. Coke addict. Maybe you could try and manipulate Britain in Germany to go to war if you could swipe the Italian provinces as you need off of Germany. That'd be nice, Spartan, but they're very close. They're borderline allies at this point. Yeah, they full and have a defensive agreement now. Germany and Britain are officially allied. So, yeah. We need to get our excavation, I think is what we need to do. So ask for a license with the Americans. Is there anyone else we can do it with? Oh, we can only get the excavation license with the Americans. That's weird. Byzantium is rival to Germany. They're not super strong. They could be a very good ally of ours for sure, but they're isolationist, which will make any sort of political relationship with them very difficult. Fully isolationist. We can't even trade with them to get on better terms. We're gonna send an expedition on to up the Congo River. We're gonna send Sebastiano Persico, offensive planner and wasteful, or Carcano di Escamard, who is absent-minded philanthropist. He sounds much more like the type to lead this expedition. We'll send Carcano. We still have any archaeologists. We'll send an expedition to the Pacific as well. We will send NTC or Coletta. Kind and well-traveled, or tough and a naval commander. He fits more, I think, what Simon would like. So we'll send Corradino, Coletta. 2 more great expeditions to explore the world set off from... Oh, here goes my board. Wires everywhere. What is cable management? 2 expeditions just set off from Sassari. One headed up the Congo River on the west coast of Africa, and the other one headed to survey the Pacific. There's still disagreement as to whether the research expedition should have a focus on it. If so, which field the trip should be on? We'll do general research in the Pacific. We are going to need a lot more engines now, I think, right? Yep. Cancel our exports to the Chagatai. What did I do? CL? My French is shit, but that has something to do with astronomy. It is. Map of something. CL? Sky? Map the sky, maybe? There's possibly ability to add a special scientist to the expedition, as long as he has the appropriate qualifications. Surveyors, naturalists, paleontologists, and astronomers are wanted. We'll send Colonna as an astronomer on the mission. These dark satanic mills. The village interests are dissatisfied with the inclusion of the business interests in the Sardinian government. Something tells me when they've built all the factories and machines that are supposed to relieve us of our burdens, we'll still be harvesting the grapes and they'll still be drinking the wine. I mean, they're not wrong. That is what happens, but you can't say no to the future. Even if that future is exactly what you're describing. You still can't say no. You know what they have? The right to work. Transportation, explosives. I thought we made the chemical plants already. We did. Are you missing employees? No. Wow, we're gonna actually need even more chemical plants. And a lot more too. I thought we had more. What's up, the master? How you doing? There we go. All right, how about now? I'm gonna follow Napocon too. No, we just need a bunch more. Okay. Well, guess we'll expand our chemical plants again. We'll need another 10. Construction efficiency. Ugh. We'll build Tuscany all the way up to 20 then. Maybe I did this before I had to load the autosave a while back. Maybe that's what this was. 1066, though. 1066. It's been over 800 years. We need to find more stars in the United Sovereign Archduchy of America. The members of the Accademia Nazionale della Scienza are unhappy that the Americans have discovered more astronomical objects than our nation. They ask us to find even more in the next 10 years. It's such a shame that such an insignificant nation as the United Sovereign Archduchy of America has found more astronomical objects than we. We must overtake these uncivilized amateur astronomers as soon as possible and find more objects than them. I mean, Galileo is from here. We did murder him, but he is from Italy. We didn't treat him that well. But we have a long history, and we cannot be beat by the Americans. This is not a space race. Yeah, it is. Let's do it. Map of the sky, that makes sense. Yep. Your PC is dying. How come, Eagle? Just old, or? Preparations for the Pacific expedition are complete. Corradino Colada has been chosen as its flagship. The journey will go down in history under the name The Expedition. Very unique. Towards New Zealand! I bet there's some good stars down there. Yeah, we're in a space race with the Americans a little early. I don't like 867 start scythe very much unless it's I'm playing Vikings. If I play Vikings, I play 867. If not, I always play 1066. I just want it to be more interesting politically. Trying really hard not to buy the Chagatai's explosives. We just cannot continue to enable that excess. Tab keeps freezing. Try restart. Have you updated your drivers in a while, Eagle? If we start in 867, every nation will be Scandinavian culture. True. I will say in the next mega campaign, we're going to be starting in like 495. So single player at least. Yeah, true. We're getting early into the space race. We'll be experts by the time we hit Stellaris. I also think having the HRE is much better for the EU4 part. In 867 it never forms. It can. You kind of have to strong arm it. You have to usually do save edits for it. Now you update every week. I don't know then. What to say? The church interests have expressed their concern about the government clearly favoring the business interests. I mean, we do. And we're not going to stop. They should have learned by now that politically they're not very well liked in Sardinia. I guess not. No idea what will be betraying Troco Nero. It all depends on where we're at the end of Void 4. I'm not gonna pre-plan out Stellaris for the humans until we figure out where the story goes. Galactic Empire Sardinia. Oh boy, maybe. You never know. There's a lot of ways it could go. Well, we're in the G7 list. Or the G6 list. Do we steal railway cars? We do. We have to steal for it. Telegraphic transmission orders as well. We need electricity for that, which we don't have. We need one more tech to get electric plants, right? Society. Completely tripping there. Yeah, we need electrical generation. Not quite yet. That's Lombardy and the Papal States gearing up for war. Oh my, you are very right. I wish there were bigger pop-ups for that. We're gonna declare for the Papal States. We're gonna fight the Lombardians with them. They're gonna... Oh my god. The Papal States will take Venetia and Lombardy if they win. Which will mean that, like, even more land will be supporting us for unification, which is what we want. Alright, mobilize the military! And the Navy. Mobilize everyone. We definitely can afford that. Fucking hell. He's on an expedition, so we can't use our Navy. Britain's joining on the side of the Papal States too. We will raise taxes for the war. The French join with the Lombards! Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit, we need our Navy back, god damn it. Can I cancel the expedition? Houston, we have a problem. We need a new admiral. We'll hire Augusto Smeducci. He's got a badass beard. I'm gonna promote him a few times so he gets more ships as well. We'll make him an admiral. You're getting promoted out of convenience. Our other admiral is currently lost up the river of the Congo, so we haven't seen him for a few months. We don't know if he's coming back. There's literally no border of Lombardy, though. Unless Ferrara goes into this war, we won't even be able to get to Lombardy. We'll have to fight in France. Well! Simon Torres finally has the war he's been wanting for a while. He'll be able to go fight in Brittany, alongside dirty Republicans from Britain. They back down. Oh, no big war. The Queen of Lombardy backed down. Wow. That's embarrassing for them. No war after all. To be fair, Britain, us, and Papal States would have wiped the floor with France and Lombardy. They are not what they used to be, neither of them. Alrighty. The Papal States no longer support us as the unification candidate after we supported you in the war? Wow. We got played by the Pope. Francesco Solaria del Margarita has played us. He was only using the support in order to gain territory in Italy. You jingoist fuck. Ruler, admiral, politician. He's about to also have dead as a role. This can't stand. This cannot stand. Mass conscription. We prepare for war. The proud nation of Sardinia will be not used as a political tool in the ploys of a degenerate pope. Simon Torres has called a meeting in Sassari. Beyond anger at being played by the Pope, a man he had thought he liked and thought he could work with to create a unified Italy. But after the betrayal that came from Rome, we will prepare for war. Someone find that admiral who went up the Congo River. God damn it, we need him back. The hell is he? And both of our admirals are, or one of our admirals, one of our generals is up to somewhere too. I think. No, maybe not. All right. Hold on. We need war music. This vibe's about to dramatically change. Where's that good one? Here's that one I was using in EU4. Somewhere. Did I not save it? God damn it. Aha. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Mass conscription drive going across to all of Italy and Sardinia as well as in North Africa. Many Italians are signing up for the Sardinian army as Risorgimento is incredibly popular all across the region. The papers being spread all across our nation. Front page news is nothing but betrayal and the false pope in Rome who has betrayed the Catholic citizens of Italy, not supporting a unified nation. Something any true Italian wishes for more than anything else in his heart. There we go. We should go up to, I think, around 70 to 80 from this, I think. Maybe 70. Why is construction so slow? Because of all the turmoil. We really need to expand the police too. We're looking on military supplies. We're good. Last of the barracks, when those are done, we're gonna start to play. Worst case scenario, if another big power jumps in, I think we could probably convince the Chagatai to join. We're in debt, but 7 million. Meanwhile, up the Congo River, our boat has been damaged by an unnoticed boulder while trying to navigate one of the river's most slender meanders in Chagatai's Congo. The narrowing waters flow through jagged rocks, wooden debris drifting remains in the jungle that surrounds us. One could become lost in this river, even become truly lost in his mind, and these ruins could be mistaken for one's own ruins. A sharp noise woke us from our childish reverie, memories from simpler times in another place, another time so distant that swallowed this existence. Well, we're asking where the Admiral is. He's currently just reenacting, he's having a mental break while trying to go up the Congo River after they lost their boat. He's literally just living out Heart of Darkness right now. Further! God damn it, that's funny. Here we go. What's up, Jiraiya? What's up, Sin? How's it going? Every time I see your name in chat, I always think of the Cade Skywalker comic books and how I should reread them. So good. Okay, it's time. The business centers have expressed their satisfaction with the direction being taken by the country to build new factories. Good. Then you will support us! In something that must be done. Fuck, we can't. They're cooperative. Throw their diplomats out! Throw them out right now! Fuck, now we have a lot of infamy. We'll take Campania. I'm gonna get the save before, in case the AI does something stupid. I won't force us to not get a good war situation, but if we see something ridiculous, I want to save. Because it can happen in Vic 3 right now. $10 infamy for Campania? It's a lot of infamy. We're taking Rome herself. Last time we burned it down, that was enough. We're gonna oust this false pope. And we're gonna take lands that belong to true Italians, not betrayers, not liars, and not villains. Oh, Byzantium. Oof. We can call him Daddy Chagatai though. It's fine. You know what? I'm going full out. Fuck it. Gonna remove the gloves really quickly here. All of mainland Italy will be ours. We'll force the Pope to go into hiding in some dusty house in the middle of Western North Africa. The only place befitting for someone like him. We can call it Britson too if we want. What? The Congo have launched an uprising. What is this timing? And Sardinia and the king made preparations for war of the Pope, the betrayer of Rome. News has come to us of border raids all across our southern western African colonies as the tribes there have started to unite to expel us from its shores. Wow. All right, we're gonna go full out, I guess. At dawn, the expedition wakes up to find a dense white fog surrounding them, greatly impairing their vision. Take it slow. Or perhaps our admiral who's currently going up the Congo River pissed them all off. You never know. Our estimations have not taken into account the difficulties that Chaghatay's Equator force would cause our expedition. Or ration our food. I can only imagine the sheer rage of the king because of history we have with the Pope. Just when we thought we could get along, he stabs us in the back again. True. Every time. Every time. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fooled twice, you can't get fooled again. It's true. And we're not gonna get fooled again. Simon himself will lead the vanguard of the army towards Rome. It looks like no one's gonna help the Papal States. We can add even more. I'm gonna add more like right before the end. Gonna be a little gamey. The Papal States are thinking about it. They still might join, same with Scandinavia. We can call in the Brits, the French, or the Chagatai if we offer them obligations. But I'd rather 1v1. Yeah, no one likes them at all. No, most of Europe's not even Catholic anymore, and so... Get one more tick. Infamy is just a number? We're gonna send them to a little hovel in the middle of the desert. Hope we don't get fucked. Huh, why did it freeze? Well, I guess we took so much territory. Is that a thing now? I'll pause for 11 days because we took all the land. That's a feature now? Fuck. Egypt joined. We'll send a letter to the British. They made overtures to us suggesting they'd like to join. Oh, we need obligations. And we can't because we're out. I am gonna load the autosave on this one. I should have left enough room for us to actually call someone in, which I didn't do. Fucked up on that. I'll take everything we can up to 20 obligations left, and then we can call someone in if we need to at the end. I always forget to do that. Oh no. Alright, we'll do the autosave before. I don't mind escalating this war, and at this point I think we absolutely would, but we'd want to have allies. We should have allies. Or at least, allies of convenience, which is what the Brits will be. We were playing a war game, it's fine. We were just playing war games in Sassari. Right, 43. We'll add more war goals again. Will we go full total war or will we not? What you gonna do, AI? They still might back down, but it's their capital in Rome, so I don't think they will. Our primary war demand is Lazio. No one's gonna save them. Alrighty. Let's do this. We'll say in the roleplay that the Egyptians sent a diplomat and told us we couldn't take so much in Africa, otherwise they join, and we back down on those concessions. That makes sense. Actual diplomacy instead of simple mechanics. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One of the last, if not the last, Papal Sardinian War. We've been fighting them for nigh on 600 years now. We're gonna win this too. They have all their army concentrated in Lazio. We'll send a command for our commanders in the west to push. Disease among the wounded. Immediately took Apula. They have all their forces currently concentrated in the capital. We have engaged! I'm gonna try and engage the Pope. He's actually an admiral. Let's see if we can fight him at sea. We'll send Agosco Smeducci out to try and engage the Pope, because he's an admiral. Fuck, the War of the Congo! I forgot. They have a lot of soldiers. Crocodiles hit the expedition. One of the expedition of that admiral was lost to a crocodile in the deep in the Nile. I guess they don't know about this war going on yet. The expedition has stopped their journey on the equator at a local village where Chieftain Kasim Bulamba has kindly offered a gift in exchange for peace. No, we're not gonna fraternize with the locals. Fuck, I don't know if they'll get there in time. We might have to navally invade again. Where's the Pope's navy? Is he hiding in port? That coward. Wow. Wow. He might be patrolling the coastline. I don't want to navally invade behind their line because we'll just bug out the front and win, which isn't fun. We're not going to get there in time. God damn it. Admiral calls in favor. Admiral Augusto Smeducci is very well connected in government and is using his influence to get himself a promotion. He's already an admiral. How much higher can you go? A grand admiral. Fine. Fine. We'll add another medal to your chest. You happy? Is that what you wanted? Sailors have been complaining about the harsh punishments they're receiving in the Navy. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Boiler explosion in Sardinia. A tragedy, but a necessary one. One of the expedition members has been caught stealing more provisions than needed from the excuse that he's ill and needs food. We're going to have him shot. Folder guys. And we found more rubber in Madagascar too. Good. After not receiving any reports for months, the fate of the expedition seems clear. However, a letter from Carcano de Esmard finally arrives this morning, who confesses the only way to live was to come back. Shit. We didn't get to the source of denial. Oh, god damn it. We're pushing north through Napoli. Congo not denial. Thank you. Yes, the Congo. Our military is just much higher quality than theirs, and we outnumber them. We're on the doorstep of Rome now. Just outside the capital. Last time we were here, we burned it to the ground. This time we won't be doing that. We'll be taking more direct action. More direct administration, even. Oh my god, look at that offense. What's their support? Fuck, we lost everything. Alright, we're gonna navally invade the coastline of the Congo. Oh shit. Aha! We're fighting the Pope! The Pope did finally engage us with his navy. Pope Francesco Solaro della Margherita, the traitor himself, has met in combat with Admiral Augusto Smeducci off the coast of Cagliari to sink his fucking fleet. No life raft for that man. Right to the bottom of the Mediterranean he goes. The convening of a second international did not go as planned. Besides being poorly organized, it seems that the socialist movement has shot with divisions. Chief among those was a split between the reformists and the revolutionists, who have fallen out over a practical issue. More socialists getting angry at each other at the next international. Shocker. There are even more of them. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, now let's go navally invade. We're about to have a Sardinian movie made in 100 years. Saving Private Luigi. The starting scene is them landing on the beaches of Western Cameroon while getting shot at by spears. Listen, Cardino Palmieri. Rome has fallen. The last of the forces of the Pope and the Papal States are hiding in the hills surrounding the city. They'll be driven out shortly. True. We already took their holdings in Africa, so that's not an issue. Mutual funds unlocked. Nice. We can start publicly trading a lot of goods. We'll work on the camera next. It'll be developed during the war to photograph the sinking of the Pope's fleet off of the shores of Cagliari in the siege of Rome. Early cameras were being tested. That's what I call a Kodak moment. Or I guess is Kodak Italian? I think they're Italian. Or are they American? What's up? How's it going, Pricey? Going very well. Just fighting some old enemies. Second golden age, perhaps. Not quite there yet, but you never know. Leading the reformers are the French possibilists and the British Trade Union Congress, rejecting the hardline rhetoric of what they call Marxist clique. The possibilists choose to prioritize achieving what is currently possible, incremental reform, on the path towards attaining socialism in general. The Possibilist Congress has resolved to push for, among other things, an 8-hour workday and a workplace democracy. The French are improving relations with us. Huh. Try to keep cool? Are you in the US, Pricey? It's definitely getting very hot here again. Oh, there was a holdout in the port of the Papal States. They're trying to get off. The army is trying to retreat and get out to Africa. Not happening. Oh, UK. Gotcha. Researching cameras to make the first impressions of Saving Private Luigi. We'll have some good photos like to use as reference points to make that movie in the future. Absolutely. Can be even more realistic. It'll be starring Solomon Hanks. Part American, part Italian actor. We're landing. Directed by Ridley Obertangi. Coming to Sardinian theaters, 1998. Oh, our ships are giving fucking howitzer support. I'm sure the Congolese army doesn't really know how to deal with getting shore bombarded by the Sardinian Navy. Fucking hell, we killed a lot of them there. We're gonna land. The weather was 21 in UK standard. That's what we call very hot. Ah, well, keep cool, man. You got AC unit? Hopefully. Immediately to splints front split. Beautiful. Gotta love it. Do we have a port here? Well, I don't know if we're gonna get supply lines. No tower fan? Oh, brother. There we go. Push them back. Yep, playlist already done? No. There it is. After one of the major armies from Sardinia was finally sent south after the surrender of Rome, we pushed the tribesmen back into the jungles. And we won the war with the Papal States, taking Lazio, Apulia, Campania, the Canary Islands, and inner Morocco. Completely removing them from Italy, besides land they I guess have down here. In Calabria? I thought we were taking that. They have only a small little piece of Italy left. The rest is firmly under our control, including Rome herself. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Continue to beat them. Opposing the reformists are the revolutionists, united under the banner of Marxist social democracy along with the Blanquists and various other traditions. Broadly, the Marxists see agitation for reforms as means of building revolutionary class consciousness rather than the end itself. Prioritizing revolution as the only way to achieve socialism. They often work under illegality and as such accuse the possibilists of being officially endorsed ministerial socialists opposed to the true socialist cause. Radicals fighting each other, you gotta love it. It's one of the simple joys in life. Pure, simple, ideological joy. Oh, fuck this. We pushed them! Keep 3 there just in case the front splits. Integrate the states, yes, but we need bureaucracy for that, which we don't have. It's the next thing we actually really need to work on. Oh, we have so much we gotta do, though. Yeah, we gotta build more bureaucratic buildings. Look at the statistical difference. That's crazy. They don't even have guns, do they? No, the Bonapartists were pushed out of Palo Pilo 13, 15 years ago in a civil war where Simon Torres took power. Send him to the front as well. Actually, no, we'll keep him home. He's done plenty of fighting already. We don't need him dying to fucking malaria. The reformist and revolutionist congresses have concluded, and their attendees return home to deliver the news of fiery polemics and personal attacks. The actual contents of the Congress were remarkably similar. Both pushed for an 8-hour workday, both pushed for the equality of women, both were subject to infighting over unity with their wayward comrades. Nonetheless, the schism has over means and ends runs deep, and the prospect of mending it seems thin. Historically accurate. Our son is Lorenzo Torres. He's very religious. He's a royalist with expensive tastes. He's not the best. He's really not the best. Yeah, now he's got like a slick back look. Makes him look like a priest. You know, son, if you'd like to go join the church, you're welcome to. You've got some brothers. If you'd like to pursue God, I completely respect that. If you'd like to do that, feel free. You can make one of your brothers heir. Yeah, we did. Belthus, absolutely. Not quite yet, Pricey. We're gonna try and form Italy, but we have to fight Super Germany if we want to do it, so it won't be easy. What country will I play next? Pricey, this is a mega campaign, so I'll be playing this all the way through Stellaris, so it'll be a while. I feel like in general, next Vic 3 campaign, I'm probably going to play Japan or Sweden. Well, we really need influence too. Give her the excavation license with the US. And we're stop improving relations with Germany. Now we're fine. Increases our infamy decay, and we're actually a major power again too, so hopefully he lost his interest. God damn it. Well, okay. Germany formed out of Bavaria. Huh. Oh man, I gotta think about this. They're such an interesting country in this timeline though. You can't really paint them as really like that liberal or that right. I mean, they're radical in the sense that they have universal suffrage, so all their people can vote. Which, given Germany now, that's not the most uncommon thing in Europe. We wouldn't like it, but that in itself isn't a deal breaker. We just don't like it. In most other ways, they're fairly conservative. They've got state religion. They don't even have a professional army. Religious schools. Colonial exploitation. They're hyper-colonial. Tenant farmers. They outlawed dissent entirely. No workers or women's rights, so no issue there. They've got debt slavery. I mean, we've had periods where we were on good terms with them, but we've never been like really allied or been that close. They view us as a potential friend in geopolitical affairs. You know what it is in the roleplay is that we're both like, we've proven ourselves to be a colonial power and a military power after beating the Papal States, pushing back the natives in the Congo. We've showed ourselves to have still a capable navy and to be useful to a country like Britain, which is trying to do what it did historically, right? Build a colonial empire. So this would be an alliance of convenience, nothing more. This would be both of us building colonial empires with each other and then probably one day just, you know, reevaluating. I'm sure the delegation that write it in Sassari didn't just be like, alliance offer. They'd be like, listen, we have a long history, a very bad one in many ways, but you've proven capable, and you clearly want to build colonies. You already have a nation. We could do each other a lot of good. We could do each other a lot of good. They broke their agreement with the wait, alliances of interest. They still have an alliance with the Germans though. But we could use this alliance to potentially convince them to fight the Germans with us. They're one of the only countries in Europe that could really, like, you know, compete with Germany's army. And if we want to form Italy, which we very much do, they're probably one of the few options. Because if we get an alliance with them and we can convince them, we could theoretically maybe call the Chagatai and the Brits into a unification war with us, which might be enough to start World War I and form Italy. Oh boy. Yeah, Machiavellian nations. Exactly. Listen, you do me a favor, I'll do you a favor, alright? It's that simple. This is quid pro quo. Oh boy, I'll pull it. Alright. Before I do, let me lay out the options. A, we could not do it because we've had battles with them in the past. They are a little bit more liberal than we would like, and we don't see the advantages of it, or would prefer to find other allies. Or we could do it with them. and we ally the second strongest nation in Europe, a colonial power seeking to expand a colonial empire with us, and one we could maybe convince to help us form Italy. Probably one of the only paths forward if we want to form Italy. So, full time, which is a perfect opportunity for me to go to the bathroom again. Alrighty. The choice is yours. Members of the High Command, Diplomatic Corps, nobles who have the ear of Simon Torres, or him himself. I will be right back. It appears we will be accepting the alliance. My gosh. I don't think the vote could really change at this point, so. Okay. An alliance of mutual interests and convenience will be signed in Sassari by both the diplomat to Sardinia, the leader of the delegation, by Simon Torres himself. The treaty stipulates that the alliance will be primarily out of joint interests and primarily colonial ones, subject to rediscussion in the future. And we will accept. alliance with Britain was not in my Vic 3 House Torres bingo card. It was not in there. Let's take a closer look at them now. Their government is made up of liberals, the bureaucrats, business interests, professional interests, and the progressive liberals. 332 battalions, 207 flotillas, 156 million GDP. We could probably get a trade agreement with them, right? No? Oh, our infamy is so bad. Oh, it's more than that, though. We don't have enough trade routes. If we build up more trade routes with them and we're not, like, notorious when we get below 50, we can probably do it. Solid quality of living, 13.8. Their literacy rate is actually not that high. It's lower than ours. 56 million people. Not much higher than our population, actually. They're trying to build economic imperialism, which checks out with all the recent actions. They're going through very gradual, slow reform. It's a conservative reform agenda. And they're looking to expand their resources. They're not allowing radical leftists in their government or in politics at all, too, which is good. Big focus on colonial affairs, high education levels, high law enforcement, home affairs. Already went over their laws. Defensive pact with Brazil. Oh, they're friends with Brazil as well. Hell yeah. Rivals with the French and the Americans. Trade agreement with the Germans. Brazil's in their customs union too, which is probably the Brazilian. Wow, you know what it would have been in the roleplay? After Brazil entered the customs union of the United Kingdom around 5 years ago and they started trading so much, over time, Britain's ambassadors, merchants, and things like that just started to get a better opinion of us due to the fact that we have such good relations with Brazil and have done so much for them. So, wow, the alliance with Brazil has resulted in a very unexpected turn of events. Huh. GDPs of the world? Sure. We are 5th now. We've surpassed Nepal, the Maharashtra, France, and Japan. And we're catching up very quickly to the Americans. Huh. Wow. All right, let's finish this war in the Congo. That really does open the door to a war, the French colonial war. We could secure the remnants of Madagascar and Eastern Africa too. And we could support the British in taking like a little bit of mainland France. And we can help Brazil take Grau-Para as well. Ooh. Sera le genre humain. Sometimes has passed since the turbulence of the opposed workers' congresses. The personal enmities stoked by the event have calmed, but both sides are once again preparing to convene their own congress. They have sent delegates to one number in the hopes of joining a united Second Internationale. Will the comrades reunite, or will they go the way of socialist and anarchist paths? All right? Everyone watching, you are now either reformists or revolutionists at a meeting post Second Internationale. Don't make decisions based on like what you want if you optimally, or like us, make the decision on role-playing out a reformist or a revolutionist, which is gradual reformists or people who want to fight failed revolutions to bring social change. So, whole time. A short one here. What's up, Moose? How are you doing? Is there any instance throughout history where socialism has worked for a century and has not caused massive social upheaval or divided along political or social lines? I don't think so. Proper socialism, no. Hybridized versions, yes. Very hybridized versions, yeah, but not actual socialism. Data's democratic socialists only works because there are only 5 million people. They're also not real socialists. They're very much a hybrid style. Oh boy. Read more literature it is. Alright. I'll give it another minute just in case there's a giant change in voting. It appears everyone at this conference is just yelling too loudly to even discuss reconciliation. Oh boy. Divided socialism timeline continues. Such a bridging of the chasm between the nations, such an international amalgamation of great sections of the people of different lands, the history of the world has never seen before. This phenomenon appears the more imposing when we remember that it has come into existence under the shadow of military armaments, which, on their part, also offer a spectacle the like of which has never been before seen in the world. They united historically. Ah! Yes. Yes is up to 4 votes. They need another 7 to tie. Makes sense to me that they remain separate just because they do want similar things but have 2 completely different ways to achieve their goals. Fair? No. Alright. I'm not gonna let the poll end. That's not being made up. The 2 remain separate. The Shagatai and the British just rivaled. That's interesting. We're playing both sides. During a stop over the Australian coast, the Stouts of the made contact with local people. They alerted the crew of the kingdom's red kangaroos. Yeah, catch one of them. What could go wrong? The crew was able to lure the red kangaroo into a trap, tie it up, and transport it away. It is now securely locked in the cage. I'm not reading that. Anyway, we have a kangaroo for our zoo in Sassari. Hell yeah. We're gonna name him Joey. Joey the kangaroo will be the center of the zoo of Sassari. No, I didn't read the kangaroo poem. Finland, but small nation and highly taxed, but people are generally happy. They're also very hybridized, though. A real socialist would not call them socialist. The Byzantines rivaled us. We were just friendly with them. Tiberius, no. We could have been friends. Disappointing. Well, perhaps we need to take the title of Third Rome from you. After all, we control the Roman capital. Such a poor decision maker surely couldn't be the heirs of true Romans. The drama in the Second International has widened the divisions between socialists in our country. At a recent party meeting, their infighting came to an inflection point. One faction proposed a new set of membership rules while the other threatened a boycott of the proposal passes. How do we vote? Full time again. I can't make a new poll. Come on, Twitch, I believe. Full time. They're very egalitarian. Tiberius the Fickle. He's a very good ruler in every other way. I love that the socialists in the country are so focused on fighting with each other rather than uniting against the conservative monarchist factions. Yeah, it's true in real life to this day. By the way, just a reminder, these are the socialists in Sardinia, not the ones across the world, so we have a chance to have ours actually stay united. To try to prove that central bodies are ineffectual by boycotting them is unprecedented and unparalleled violation of party duty. And no sophistry could conceal the fact the boycott is a step towards disrupting the party. The Russian Social Democratic Movement is on the throes of the last difficult transition from the circles to a party. From Philistinism? Can't say that word. To a realization of a revolutionary duty, from acting by means of scandal mongering and circle pressure to discipline. Oh boy, it's not looking good for the Sardinian socialists here. Not a lot of brotherly love going on. At all. Basically none. Alright. The dissenting factions got kicked out. All right, socialists just split in our country. Very good for us. More rubber in Madagascar. Beautiful. Byzantium's wanting to go to war with us. They're damaging relations. Fine. But remember, Tiberius, you chose this path, not us. We reconciled with you. Beautiful. We've introduced the kangaroo to the Sassari Zoo. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think I know how this will go, but I'll make a poll anyway. A delegation has arrived in Sassari at the behest the High Imam of the Shagatai Emirate, seeking a military alliance of both colonial and military convenience. Fuck you, Twitch. God damn it. Let me do a poll. There we go. How's it going, No Name Bob? What is up? Is there a decision or event possible in the game where you fully eliminate a political faction? I don't think so. No, not in most of them. I don't know if Better Politics has it. We were shown up by conquering the papal states, and now we have a seat at the big boys table. I think that's about right. That's pretty much what's happened here. We kicked the ass of one of our old rivals and united most of Italy, and we're actually taken seriously now. And pushed back the tribes in the Congo. Obviously, between the British and the Chagatai, the world's powers see a very influential and very powerful Southern European power. Clearly, Sardinia is the most powerful country in the world with its sheer influence. You know who a lot of that we actually had to thank? You know who really set us on this path more than anyone else? Napoleon II. I think he's going to have a bit of a reconsideration in Sardinian history after this in the future. I think there will be a lot of History Channel documentaries about how he was actually a very good emperor of Sardinia in 200 years. Yes. All right. We will accept an alliance with the Chagatai. Oh boy. Wow, Germany is actually friendly with us again. Castalla is conciliatory towards us. I don't think so. I think it's time for us to state our interests in the Mediterranean very clearly. And in Italy. Let's not pretend this is anything other than it is. We could ally the French? No. In fact, let's state our opinion other than very clearly as well. They have colonies we need, and we have old scores to settle with them. Content with a new state of affairs in Sardinia, Corsica, and unwilling to and unable to face the uncertainties of life that abroad offers, Matteo Gazzone has officially announced his retirement from political life. We'll honor his memory for political reasons. With all this new bureaucracy, we're going to be able to start integrating it to Italy too. Italy is a core, we don't have to. Oh shit. Due to the Risorgimento, we already have cores on all of Italy, so we don't even have to integrate them. What? We'll core the Canary Islands though. And then we won't core the other African colonies yet. We'll need to have a good reason to do that. Wow, okay. Explains why our economy is so stable after the war. Let's make a trade agreement with Germany. They're very friendly with us, to be fair. Look at that. They want to protect us, apparently. And we have neutral relations. We'd have to make a play for it. It's not a horrible time to do that, though, is it? It's really not a bad time. 1881. Need a lot more military equipment, though, that's for sure. $140 munitions. All right, let's start preparing. We have an unprecedented moment here. And we need to be ready. The people cry out. for a united Italy. And we will answer them. Let's build up our arms industry in Corsica. A little safer there. Actually, we might not even need to. I never went on explosive shells. We don't really have the explosives for it, do we? No. Oh, no. We need a lot more explosives too. We need a lot of everything. We're moving so quick. We'll build up the plants we need and we'll go to war. Because Cap Verde has a lot of Italians, that's why. Days. Is that bugged? I didn't mean to conscript. God damn it. That's why our economy's stagnating so hard. I conscripted apparently by accident. Central America? Sure. Do it. Mexico, Indian Californian, American California. Britain has a little bit. America took the Yucatan Peninsula. Gran Colombia owns everything else through the Gap, and Britain's owned a little bit down there too. Cuba is in our customs union as well. Our old colony reconciled after generations of being ruled by pirates. Japan is still very powerful in Asia. Very powerful indeed. They really like us too. We're very friendly. We just don't have any formal relations with them. War of the Oyo for Chagade's colonization rights. Do we not get colonization rights too? The hell is this? Yeah, we've got colonies in the Niger Delta. We've got colonies in Cameroon. We've got colonies in the southern Congo region. Colonies in Eastern Africa. Colonies in Madagascar. And then a very large trading company colony in Asia. Why the fuck is Malacca free? What? They lost all of the Malacca region without ever, like, calling us into a war. What the fuck? I'm gonna save it at that. That doesn't make any sense. We would have been called into a war if it was gonna happen, so I'll just save it at that back into the company. That makes no sense. We would have fought the Chagatai if we had to and lost, if necessary. Huh. No, I'm just gonna save edit it. I don't know if it was bugged or we just didn't get the war event for it or something, but either way. Fuck that. Oh man, it is hot here as well. God damn it. We'll fight in the northern front against Yorubaland. They are not nearly as powerful as they used to be. Yes, they are. Yeah, they were really strong until the Mongolian invasion back in CK3 where they got destroyed. They reunified in the middle of EU4 underneath the one of the heirs of Genghis Khan, who ruled all the way up until really recent times when there was a revolution and they went like socialist basically. And they got defeated by Germany and the Fatmids, who put back on the throne a member of the Obertangi dynasty. The same one that was in Lombardy, is in Lombardy, and the one that used to be in Britain before the revolution there as well. Basically like the Habsburgs of this timeline. Our 3,000 men are just pushing back like the whole Congolese army down here. We're landing. Beautiful. This is going to be featured in Saving Private Luigi 2, the sequel. Yep, we got it. Can we really not demand anything in this war? Sure. We'll also enter into a defensive pact with you. Why not? Do we not have one of those with Britain as well? We can almost get a trade agreement with the British too. Let's start to increase our trade routes with them, then we'll be able to. Oh. Explosives from the Chagatai, why not? We're allies with them at this point. Wood from the Egyptians and the Germans. Steamers to the British. Is there nothing else the British want? Nope. Might be enough. No, we still have them. Alliances are different from defensive pacts for the mod I'm using. Wow. Okay, we've been formally asked. Full time. You're now all recent graduates of the Napoli's program for economics. Recently opened up. They're formally advising the king and the government on the benefits and the cons of entering into a trade agreement with the Germans despite their radical politics, who we do trade a lot with, frankly. Yeah, Twitch actually let me say dirty socialists. Beautiful. Surprised. I'm just gonna keep this open while you guys think about it to remind you who we're dealing with. I'm conflicted on this, to be honest. There's a lot of good reasons to and not to do it. Oh, Noah's starting to win, pulling away. I will also remind you of their economy, on the other hand. It's a thick fucking economy. And a big army. I think our GDP per capita is almost bigger than theirs. Is it? Nah. Considering we have other ulterior motives, such as land and unifying Italy, I don't think we can rightfully accept a trade agreement. On the other hand, if we didn't take it and we got on better terms with them, they might be so economically reliant on us that they couldn't fight us to stop Italian unification. That was a possibility, but we decided to say no. Decline. Dirty socialists. Go back to Peter Lingman and tell him the Sardinians say no. Oh, we invented the camera. We took a picture of a bunch of angry Germans screaming in High German at the Sardinian king as they left the palace in Sassari. One of the first pictures ever reaching widespread adoption was that moment. Ooh, we can get oil. Wow. Economic rankings? We are 5th. We're starting to catch up with the Americans. Good, we navally invaded in the Congo. This war with them is really taking more than I expected, I'm gonna be honest. Hold on. Ammunition. There we go. What are our laws? Monarchy, land and voting, national supremacy, freedom of conscience, appointed bureaucrats, professional army, secret police, laissez-faire, protectionist, per capita taxation, homesteading, colonial exploitation, dedicated police, public schools, charity hospitals, censored press, no workers' rights, damn right. There's actually support for regulatory bodies. Disgusting. Legal guardianship, no social security, closed borders, banned slavery, unrestricted navy. We're very staunch conservatives who have done a few minor reforms recently. There it is, trade agreement with the British. No pull for this one. There's no reason for us not to. We're about to have oil as well. Is Hesse still a slave state? Shit, yeah. Gotta love the in-laws. Pushing them back in North Africa. Wow, we can actually get oil now. I think we're a bit behind on military too. Let's go ahead and go for maybe hand-cranked machine guns. Can we actually use oil in anything though? That's the question. We can start to make our companies publicly traded too. I forgot to do that. I'm gonna make it gradual. We'll start with a few and I'll go from there. We're gonna make we'll make all of our mines publicly traded. That we can at least. Gold mines will stay privately owned. And then we'll make the We'll make the steel mills publicly traded too. The rest we'll hold on to. If you ever play this game, don't do that. Immediately do all of them. Go for photographic art. Cool. And then we can also go for automatic irrigation. We have the engines for, actually. Let's use that on opium to make it even more lucrative. Tea. Tobacco. Sugar. Bananas. Nope, we've run out of engines. We'll do it for silk, too. Need a lot more engines now. We already colonized the Americas, Bob, back in EU4, and we got pushed out by European powers. And now we kind of cooperate with them more than anything else. The interest in photographic arts throughout Sardinia and Corsica spawned many new artist movements experimenting with the technology. We'll capture the beauty of Sardinia. Take pictures of the whole mile of Italy. Take pictures of old men in Napoli drinking coffee. That'll do it. That'll bring the tourists in. Feels like our construction's very slow for some reason. Ah, that would be why. There we go. Yeah, we really need those munition plants, though. Suppose we could always import a bit. Import from the British. And from the Chagatai and the British. We are pushing back Eurobulins. For I think probably the 4th time now at this point. Quite a few. I was looking to see if we can do anything with oil, and no, we can't, so. We have almost pushed them out here. It's been a very long war with the tribes. They've been using guerrilla tactics on us for quite a while. France ended the rivalry with us. Too bad. We're not doing the same. Oh, Jesus Christ, you're right. Castalla joined the Chagatai's market. And so did New Granada and Louisiana. Oh, wow. How the hell did they convince them to do that? Scandinavia and Lithuania are both in the French market. Argentina and Brazil are both in the German market. The Americans are in the French market. Quebec's in the French market. Japan's in the Chagatai's market. Well, let's see if we can do any of that too. Apparently everyone's making economic blocks. Let's see if we can compete. We'd have to give them an obligation. We can make a big play here. We could ask Egypt to join our market. They really like us and we really like them. Despite taking the Suez Canal from them, I mean, they killed Napoleon, so I guess we're equal, right? They got their revenge, literally. They executed one of our greatest leaders and one of the greatest generals in human history, so I guess they kind of balanced the scales. They already have a trade agreement with the Germans. If we don't invite them to our customs union, they're going to join the German one. And that might make them go even more politically radical, which we really can't have. They're a technocracy? State religion, Muslim technocracy, Egypt, who also has traditionalism. Why not? We need any economic advantage we can get. Here's your one do whatever you want card with us. Oh, we ask because you join our union. So in a formal trip, after hearing of the giant economic blocs which have very rapidly formed in recent times to compete with each other, the primary ones being the French, Chagatai, and British economic blocs. In response, the economic advisors to the king, as well as a number of government officials, immediately suggested that we needed to find one of our own to stay competitive, as currently only Cuba is in our customs union. After putting out some feelers with some of our very good trade partners around the world, only one country gave any suggestion it might be interested in such an arrangement, which came from Cairo, a surprise to everyone in Sassari, and certainly the king, given our recent history with him. But to be fair, things have changed dramatically under good diplomacy and lots of trade. They would not give it for free, however. They were not simply ready to sign the paperwork. Instead, the, what's his title? Khedive of Egypt demanded something. In a formal meeting, the ambassadors of Sardinia spoke in Cairo with the man, where instead of, like many negotiations, simply giving the terms he wanted, the Khedive simply said he would like one favor in the future, and he would not tell us what it is. There are many rumors that Egypt wishes to fight wars with its neighbors such as Iran, Byzantium, or Somalia. Perhaps this is what he wants, or something else. But regardless, King Simon Torres had given the negotiators the leave to basically give them anything for agreement, and as such, the paperwork is signed. We will see if that decision comes back to haunt us. We can't get Brazil in our market. They're in the British one and they won't switch to ours, unfortunately. As nice as that would be. And so Egypt has joined our customs union. Egypt is like the king of the council of scientists and industrialists. Yeah, literally. I mean, there's no voting in the country. The king has absolute power, and all the people who advise him and implement his policy, they're all just a bunch of scientists and university-educated men. What's his stats? He's a meticulous, uncouth, experienced political operator and experienced diplomat. He's very capable. He just doesn't shower much. And there's a lot of shawarma in his beard, but, you know, he's very competent and very modern, so it's fine. All right, we have won the war against the Congo, and as such, we've been given colonization rights, meaning we'll expand our colonies there much quicker. Beautiful. Mordovia, we have no history with him. And it's run by a cocaine addict. A reckless cocaine addict who likes to spend money on watches. So, probably not the best country to be working with. Oh, a lot of jobs needed on the Hawaiian Islands. How is the sun? I'll go take a look. We'll see. Lorenzo Torres is older, fatter, and more religious. In summation. We did win the war, right? Yeah. Colonization rights. We are, there's no state religion. We have freedom of religion completely in our country. The dominant one is Protestant. Actually, I think it's Catholicism. Hold on, let me check. It's Catholic, yeah. Catholic, animist, Sunni, Orthodox Hindu, a little bit of Shiite Shinto. So we still have Hellenic as well after like the revamp movement in Middle EU4 to return to the Greek gods, which didn't go very far, but they're still around. And we have freedom of religion, so they can worship whoever they want. Swear to God. We're not colonizing because we don't have an interest there. I did select it, right? Yeah. How much is your economy now that Egypt has been incorporated into it? That's a good question. We should probably look at that. There's so much demand for artwork and music, it's kind of insane. We're even lower on wood. Really low on lead and dyes. We got a lot more coal, but we also need more coal. Way more textiles are needed, way more irons needed. What do we have a surplus of? We have a lot of silk, a lot of clippers that we don't need. A lot of engines. Fantastic. You know what we can do now? Can make even more of our plantations irrigated. Hell yeah. We have a lot of tobacco, a lot of sulfur, so we can really grow our glass industry. I want to export some of these though. British iron. British wood. British fine art. Chagatai lead. British textiles. Export fruited. British. Sulfur to the British. And that's about it. Not horrible. Our economy has grown overall, but we do have a lot more deficits to deal with. Our priorities for now don't change, though. We need everything we're working on. 200,000 Chagatai soldiers are currently just pushing through Upper Niger. They exiled someone seeking universal suffrage from the trade unionists. Can't blame them. Where the hell are you at? We can take on their debt. We're gonna take on their debt and try and force them into a our customs union. Oh, hold on. They're already a puppet of the Egypt. Oh, so that's fine. Well, we wasted 100k. That's fine. We're just doing good diplomacy with Egypt. Can we pick up Ukraine again, maybe? Now that is a possibility. We'll send a diplomat. For now. It's been a while since we've been allied with them, but we could certainly give it a try. Relations with the Lithuanians, too. Honestly, the Scandinavians as well. We're gonna need a coalition to beat the Germans someday. We might as well lay the groundwork for that now. It's gonna make an interesting Hoi 4 game after these world wars break out. True. World War II is gonna be wild. Yes, I am still listening. Absolutely. Dude, I hate the fucking Civil War mechanics. How the fuck would the trade unionists be able to walk away and get all of our armies in Italy when no one there fucking supports them? So fucking dumb. So dumb. Ugh. I don't hate the revolution mechanic in this game. I think it's solid, but God, they need to work on it so much. That is actually ridiculous. It's because we had that fucking agitator. Exile him immediately. That might help things a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Smoothies. Ugh, annoying. I'm not even going to fight it. I'm just going to say that annexing the country. I'm not going to acknowledge that. It's just so ridiculous. If it was a realistic uprising, I'd be happy to fight it, but getting the whole army, no, absolutely not. Yeah, the army is very popular with us. I mean, we're very popular with the army, so it's nonsensical. They'd have a bunch of random conscripts is what they'd have, and the army would stay with us. The war against Yorubaland is going very well. Not that we're going to get anything out of this war, but we are supporting the Chagatai. Von der Viga Zumgrabe. Ooh, a list. I'm going to play some list while we read this. Hold on. Nope. YouTube stops. That's not what I wanted. Come on. There you are. Beautiful. Ah, yes. In Rome, Franz Liszt completed his last symphonic poem. The music community doesn't know what to make of the composer's latest error. In the late years of his life, Liszt increasingly turned to sacred music and church music. His last tone poem, From the Cradle to the Grave, therefore differed from all predecessors. Liszt was inspired by a drawing by the Hungarian painter Milé Zichy. Large sections of the work do not require a powerful orchestra, especially the beginning sounds like chamber music. Many islands of sound are formed in which the musical material is poor and solo passages are not uncommon, especially at the end of the movements. The harmonics used are also harbingers of times to come. During his lifelong, however, music critics rated the work as a mistake of an old man. Fucking sad. Everyone's a critic. Till you're dead. Soldiers are complaining they have no way to open their canned food. I hate this event so much. Oh, so dumb. They'll figure it out. Use a knife. A wonderful great comment has been filling the heavens for days. Hell yeah. If you can't use a can opener or a knife, clearly you shouldn't be a soldier. And if you can't be a soldier, then you're a deserter. Did it bug again? Pain. Oh, that's Somalia, not mine. I'm a dumbass. All right, cool. Our colonies are expanding. Good, good. It seems that the bureaucratic interests are determined to extract concessions from the government during this moment of crisis. Nice. If we refuse to bend, they threaten to throw in their lot with the revolution. Fine. Fine! But we'll remember that. We remember. Let's map the moon. I think it's time to survey the Suez. Given our good relations with the Egyptians, they'll probably even help us now. $18 months. Like I said before, the Suez Canal was built in EU4 by Egypt, but we took it as a concession in the war we fought with them. But before taking it, they blew the canal, so we have to rebuild it essentially. It's been unused for probably around 50 years at this point. It was built in like the early, beginning of the 19th century and blown up at around like 1825. So yeah, 50, 60 years now. You can still see where it was before they fucking blew it up. Well, we're allies now, so it doesn't matter. Ridiculous. What are we gonna do with all this money? We have a lot of it. Okay, for fortresses, we'll make it a bit better. We should also expand our fortresses. Completely forgotten to do that. Give us some actual choke points. We'll get there. We got a lot to work on before then. Navy is all right. It definitely needs to be expanded. The conservatives have systemic corruption. They like us a little too much. The business interests also have systemic corruption. They're a little too close to the king and the government, I'd say. Opportunistic members of the professional interests have defected to the anarchist cause. Alrighty. Jesus Christ, our investment pool is 20 million. Publicly traded companies are kind of magic. That's why I'm not immediately just making everything publicly traded, or we'll have so much money the game will get boring. So we'll take it slow. We do it with the Vatican City now too. Gives us authority and influence. The CEO of Anarchy. Would lowering taxes help with reducing the viability of the Civil War? It actually might. It's not a bad idea. People tend to like the government more when they're not being overtaxed. Unrealized taxes. Bureaucratic deficit from working on surveying the Suez Canal. Revolution in Brazil. Oh man. Okay. It's in the French region. The French still have a tiny colony there. Belligerent crowds have been getting increasingly provocative when confronting troops in parts of Sardinia and North Sumatra. Hardliners in government are demanding tougher responses, while droves are calling for troops to stand down at the first hopeful step in de-escalation. A whiff of grape shot saved the day once, and it can be done again. I'm telling you, we need to show them strength. He wouldn't respond to this, though, would he? Well, okay. I don't know what we picked. The game decided. Based on the fact there's no revolution, I think that whatever we did worked. Germany claimed the Sinai? World War I over the Suez and Italian unification? Could be. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again really quick. One more. Alrighty. Okay. Another political cartoon. The Goths are coming over the hill, depicted as Mount Sinai. Liberal Goths. Socialist Goths. Even worse. Yeah, they actually took a claim on it. We don't have a defensive agreement with Egypt either, do we? They don't want one. Sure about that? Oh yeah, don't worry. British Peru will save you from the Goths of Egypt, worry not. How are we on transportation? Given that we're in a market with Egypt, we'll need even more probably now. I would imagine. Yeah, but we have a fair bit. I guess Egypt actually did build a lot of railways already. Interesting. Textiles and wood. Because we're in alliance with them, we have to go into their wars. It's just a revolution from, is it a revolution or are they fighting an aggressive war? Japanese Pacific Company. That's just one of the islands. To the south, east of Papua New Guinea, to the east of Australia. The right has won the election once again, about the same as last time. They had a little, like 0.4% less to the vote, but almost nothing. Conservatives are still staunchly in power with those who are voting. Given that they're all wealthy landowners, it's not the most surprising. Herero lands. Where the hell is that? Sardinia and Herero lands. There you are. Corsica, Sardinia and Corsica does have some claims on the Roman Empire if they break away of Byzantium and own Rome. Yeah? I don't know if they'd ever want to do it. Like, if we get like a Mussolini-style character who's a fascist in Hoi 4 who takes power, I could see us trying to reform Rome to like reclaim glory to compensate for our shitty politics, but beyond that, we wouldn't naturally do it. Once we get Italy, we'll be very content. The only ideology I'd consider going Rome for would be fascist. We can do some cosplaying. We'll do philosophical pragmatism. We have some very big universities. The Maghreb is impassable. We didn't take the one over here. We weren't able to take that, so we can't. It may just be entirely impassable. I don't know if we'll even be able to take it in Vic 3. We will see. Wow, Argentina formerly became a dominion of Britain. Huh. Start sending out more diplomats. No reason not to keep a very healthy relationship with other countries, unless we want to fight them. Huh. The Dutch are actually friendly with us. Can you pass through the lower Morocco you took from the Papal States or a single HQ as shows on map? I don't think so. It still says impassable, which means we won't be able to take it. Down here, also impassable. Not an option. Someone has early aviation? Who discovered flying? I mean, we're not that far from it either, to be fair, so... Oh, it's not airplanes, it's early aviation. Okay. That's very different. I mean, like, early models for, like, planes that were, like, experimented with during this time period. It's just no one could, like, properly get a very well-functioning one. I mean, like, the 80s and the 90s had a lot of flight models being tested. They all didn't work very well, and a lot of people died, but they were there and they were being tested. We need the Luigi brothers to invent a plane and test it in the desert of Tunis one day. All right, transportation will be pretty good after this. I think we're going to be in a deficit of engines again, though. No, sure not. Surprising. Our colony accrued a lot of debt for some reason. I'm gonna try and make a play for Pasai, Australia. They're technically free. No. Nope. We're infamous. They don't like us enough. If we can get obligations on countries, we can force them into dominionship or into our customs union, which would be useful. But no one wants our Italian money. Well, we'll have to find another way. You know, we'd love to fight a war with the Byzantines with us. The Fatimids. Gotta say, the idea of a Greek puppet state does sound quite nice. We try to work with them. And we are jingoists, so we should frankly start more wars here because we have a bigger armor now. Do we have enough military supplies? We do. Except for we need a bit more munitions. House Torres on the throne of Hellas. It's been a while. I think so. A Greek monarchy or a dynasty on the throne would be historically relevant. We need a bigger army, though. We got to get a little bit out of this debt. We're working on the Suez, one big project at a time. When we get the Suez built, I think we're going to think about a war with the Byzantines. We could also think about a play for Italy. We could definitely beat the Lombardians here. They're having a revolution in Albania right now. It's a perfect time to strike Lombardy. We have a bigger army and a bigger navy, and we are currently not the leader for unification. Let's go ahead and declare war on Lombardy to become the singular candidate to unify Italy. We'll send a diplomat to Milan. If they're willing to sign the paperwork supporting us as the unification leader, then we will have no issue. But if they say no, we'll have no choice to march our armies across the border. We'll get them in camps in Savoy who are supporting us. They'll probably back down. We do have the full support of the Chagatai and the British. Hold on. There it is. It's a good song. Befitting. Are they not going to stand down? Brave! I mean, to be fair, if we succeed, they will no longer have a country. And King William Obertingi will not have a throne. Ballsy. He's wrathful. Oh boy, we might actually have to fight him for this. Alright. We're no cowards. We're fully committed to this, as are the people of Italy. Oh, Richard Wagner just died. Let's speed this up. I want to see what happens. They can convince Egypt to join too. And Castalla? Castalla supports us unifying Italy? Yeah, they really want to reconcile with us. We don't really want to reconcile with them. It's not our dynasty on their throne anymore. Another Chagatai colonial war? God, they're getting even deeper into the Congo. I had a feeling. Weird. Finding both the incarcerated Sardinian public and supposed political allies unreceptive of his ideas, frustrated, Vincenzo Bonacorsi has decided to retire from the realm of politics, opting instead to spend the rest of his days penning embittered reflections on what could have been. Now he's a socialist. War it is. They're not going to back down. Ballsy. Politely inform him his presence is unwanted in Sardinia. He can go complain in Germany. They'll love it. They'll buy his book. Or give him food coupons for his book. Costoro's line, Pilo. Simona is Costoro's son by his second wife. Jesus. We're trying to advance to unify Italy, and the Chagatai general just immediately races across the border to engage the enemy. This is our war, not yours. God damn it. Italians need to find Italians to form Italy, not Easterners. There we go. Simon Torres leading his men on the gates of Milan. Easily dealt with. They really do love fighting, don't they? It's good for us now, but it'll probably be a problem later. Wow, their army is absolutely dog shit. Can't get their line there either. Let's navally invade Zadar. Demand you to join their faction. Yeah, something like that. Demand of vassalization. William Overtingi himself is leading his men. 2 monarchs will lead their own armies on the battlefield. Damn it, we can't get a fight with him. Costanzo Nada is incompetent. We need to face a real commander. Where is the king? Another king who claims to be able to rule all Italians. He won't even engage us in pitched battle. We've surveyed the Suez. The Suez Canal. Let's begin construction. On the ruins of empire, we will build anew. 4 years. Fuck the front split, that's fine. They're being wily. Come on. Aha! God damn it! The Chagatai engaged the king. This is our battle, not yours. Wait, Twitch censored coward? Did it actually? I love Twitch. Yeah. I mean, we basically have to start from scratch, Moose. We succeeded with our naval invasion there as well. They don't have any of our land. Our survey of the Suez Isthmus is complete. We have confirmed that it will be possible to reconstruct the canal linking the Mediterranean to the Red Sea. Shocking. And we won. After pushing the armies of the King of Lombardy back entirely to Verona, he handed his sword to King Simon Torres and signed the treaty, establishing Sardinia as the only nation that can unite the peoples of Italy. We'd have to fight Byzantium, Castalla, Ferrara Province, France, Germany, Poland, and 100 little vassals. And Britain may side with the enemy. No, we get slaughtered. There's no way. But what we can do is get closer. After forcing the signing of the document in Lombardy, only one Italian nation still holds out, refusing to sign anything and desiring nothing more than their own independence. Ferrara, a nation we created after Napoleon's defeat of the Castilians. We cannot allow them to exist if they will not sign. We cannot allow them to exist if they will not allow for a united Italy. So, we must take them. Oh God, we can't afford that infamy though. God damn it. We can't. That infamy is too much. We'll lose our alliances if we do that. Unfortunate. We'll finish early aviation to compete up with Germany and actually start to build some aircraft, hopefully. The Chagatai do have our back, yes. They would full out fight every European country for us to create Italy. They may be terrifying and an existential threat to humanity, but they're loyal. You gotta give them that. If they sign a treaty, they mean it. Maybe unifying Italy could be something different. Perhaps we can make dominions of the other Italian states and say Simon is king of Sardinia and improve the Italians. Perhaps. He's not the type for it. He's a jingoist. He's ambitious. He's tough. He's a commander. That's not the type of man to make a deal or conciliations, unless they have to. Byzantium ended their rivalry with us. Unfortunately, Tiberius, you have already made your decision. Oh God, plop growth. 740 million. It's slowing down a little bit. The expedition is currently studying the composition of the ocean water and temperatures in the Hairtu, only moderately explored area of Western Australia. There is one way we could do this. That might be possible. We're not gonna join your customs union? Absolutely not. That's a diplomatic insult. You know what? I do have a counteroffer for you though. It's an interesting proposal, but I do have a counteroffer for you. God damn it, can I not ask them to join it? Can we not even ask them to join our customs union? That's bullshit. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. If we fight a war with Byzantium, and as part of that we humiliate them, and then we fight a war with Castalla to take some of their colonies and humiliate them as well, we could fight a unification war and only have to face France and Germany, which if we can convince Britain to join us, would be doable. Theoretically. But we have to make the British hate the Germans first, and I don't know how we're gonna do that. If we could ever forget, like, take on their debt, we could get a obligation from them and use that. European Federation? No, that would be an interesting game for another time. True. Yeah, definitely. It won't be this one, that's for sure. I mean, we could also theoretically also try and do that, but, you know, we're missing a little bit of territory, to be honest. The project to map the moons photographically has made progress. Beautiful. We have 2 moon photos. The best kind of photos. Georgia? Nah. We have no relationship with them. Ah. Gotta play some Verity. He is an amazing composer. I love this mod. I can play literally the music while we read the event. Top tier. On the occasion of the opening of the Suez Canal, Giuseppe Verdi premiered his Egyptian-tinged opera Aida, with a slight delay. Aida is an opera in 4 acts by Giuseppe Verdi to an Italian libretto, Antonio Ghislanzoni, based on a scenario often attributed to the French Egyptologist Auguste Marietta. Although it has been argued that the scenario was actually written by the Themistocles Solera, Ismail Pasha Khedive of Egypt commissioned Verdi to write the opera, paying him 150,000 francs for the premiere, which was delayed. Aida met with great acclaim when it finally opened in Cairo. The costumes, accessories for the premiere were designed by Auguste Marietta, and he oversaw the design and construction of the sets, which were created in Paris and shipped to Cairo. Although Verdi did not attend the premiere, he was most dissatisfied with the fact the audience consisted of invited dignitaries, politicians, and critics, but no members of the general public. He therefore considered the Italian premiere, held in La Scala, Milan, and in which he was heavily involved at every stage, to be the real premiere, which I guess happened in the recently shelled and still partly burning Milan after the armies of Sardinia had marched through it. Hell yeah. Befitting. A nobleman has risen to a popular leader of the professional interests, who some are not pleased of having such upward mobility. We're not going to allow it. There's a couple, Stevens. The mod with all the flavor is, let me find it for you real quick, that you're seeing at least. I can actually make the collection. It would take me like fucking 1 minute. I keep forgetting to do it. Bear with me one moment. I'm gonna make a collection for this playthrough. Actually, I had more than I thought. Did I not pause the game? The one that adds all these like kind of cool flavor things you're seeing is called Morgan Rhoda. It's a very good mod. And here is the mod pack. Alright. It's really nice. So good for flavor. The one mod I would love to have is the Victorian flavor mod, but they changed so much of the map it doesn't work with the save converter, sadly. You are very welcome, Ter. What is upside down land doing? Chilling. We have so many issues with rebels right now. Yeah, we're up to 11 million radicals. We probably need to start making some reforms here, frankly. We're formally gonna endorse wealth voting. We're gonna put an income limit on voting, not a land owning limit anymore. We'd probably also have issues with our current population with land prices being exorbitantly high due to the fact that you can actually vote. So two birds, one stone. We appear to be reforming our country when in fact we're doing very little change to it, really. And we also will decrease land prices by not making it a requirement for voting rights, which is also useful. Well, voting in terms of game mechanics makes it so certain other classes can vote as well, such as like I think capitalists and no capitalists I think already can vote. They add a couple other groups. Shopkeepers I think can vote, and then anyone in like the upper echelons of economic tax brackets. Let me see exactly what it is. Yep, wealth threshold for voting. So the pop themselves has to have a certain wealth level in order to be able to have voting rights, essentially. Beautiful. All right. We have all that bureaucracy now, too. Colonial affairs or law enforcement? Colonial affairs. It's more important right now to our country. Rich engineers, for example. Yeah, exactly. Women's voting? What are we, Germany? Kids these days. We got a radical liberal in chat right now. Ironic, how would you be trying to form Italy from land where Napoleon was born? Who laid the seeds of nationalism? Napoleon actually ruled. Napoleon II ruled prior to the Torres line taking the throne back. Stevens, I don't know if you have seen any of these streams or videos before, but Napoleon took power in late EU4 and his son ruled until early Vic 3. So, very ironic. The revolutionary socialists have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the interests of the business interests. They would be laughed out of the room. No, not that, Bob. Not that. Not quite. Well, I mean, I guess probably to our current ruling government, yes. We've been bad, but we don't need to turn this into a Hoi 4 streamer chat. We're not quite there. Please no. I'm not even playing the TNO right now. I'll wait on that. Our construction is going so much slower due to all the radicals, though. That's the problem. It's really hurting us. True. Bunch of commie hippies. Couldn't have said it better myself. We now have the opium trade. Production at the opium plantations is booming, and foreign demand for opium could hardly be higher. The English people of the British Republic have become so enamored with the stuff that it has all but become the national pastime. The seeds of the flower, seemingly innocuous, are in truth the seeds of the fall of empires. Men will fight bloody wars to sate their gluttony for opium. They will sell their own mothers for another taste, and we will be there to sell it to them. We got the British hooked on our opium. Let's go. Keep it coming. Wait. On the other hand, take my pipe. In some of the recent meetings between the ambassadors of Britain and Sardinia's officials, as well as many English traders who have become much more active with trading with Sardinian markets, a common thing has started to occur, whereas the Sardinians partake in opium now and then as a light entree to the matter of politics and business. The English they were sharing it with did not have a similar view on the issue, to the point that many of the traders working with Sardinia and ambassadors have begun to become, we'll put it politely, obsessed Beautiful. We've made the British obsessed with opium. You gotta love it. No Chinese opium war. We're the ones selling it to them in mass right now because we produce a lot of it. I mean, I'm sure China does too, but... Beautiful. Beautiful. We have a trade route with them, right? We actually might not. Wow. Well, we need to change that, don't we? No, we don't have enough ourselves. We're using it in our military. For us, it's mainly a medical thing. We're using it in mass in our army. God damn it, we can't. We actually would make a profit with the British. Let's start to export it to them. And let's expand our opium plantations too. Soon, a traditional British breakfast will not be complete without an opium pipe. Develop Africa to boost your economy? Definitely. We gotta develop Italy first, though. We have to develop everywhere at this point, to be honest. Thank you for the follow, Terra. Are Normandy and Brittany actually English, British culture? I don't know. That's a good question. Brithono-English. Brithono-English primarily, and then primarily French in Normandy. Brittany has a, yeah, all Brithono-English. They have Celtic cultural traits too, that's sick. Opium trees. Ace, you mean to tell me you don't have an opium tree in your backyard? I mean, you're missing out, honestly. Everyone knows that opium trees are as high as you get once you smoke it. It's a well-known saying in England in this timeline. Britons are Celtic. Yep. Yep. They have really cool music too. Brittany does. An influential faction within the military interest has grown frustrated with their co-members' neutrality on the topic of voting. Themselves in favor of the law, they have... yeah, because all the wealthy officers want to vote. They have now resolved to form a separate political faction intended on passing it. No, we're not going to work with the radical liberals. Not happening. Almost over 100 million. We need to get up to next levels of law enforcement too. We need to build more bureaucratic. Get there. It's fine. We're saying you invested in rubber, not opium. Oh, my bad. I misread it. Oh, good news, by the way. I'm about to get health insurance so I can actually get glasses so I can read the chat properly. That's going to be fun. I'm excited for that. So I'll be able to like not read like I'm dyslexic. What's a wonder? Migration? Good question. Very high in Sardinia. Sold in Napoli. Low everywhere else. All the Poles are migrating to Banat, where all the Italians are. Lombardians are going to Kansas. Germans are going to Ohio. Bad idea. Bad idea. Cubans and Frisians and Colombians are going to Pennsylvania. French Cajuns are going to southern Brazil. Yeah, that's all the big migration places right now. You look like a nerd? Oh boy. That would be a tragedy. Imagine me, the Mega Chad athlete I am, playing constantly normal games, streaming Paradox with glasses. My God. Completely out of touch, honestly. Well, the wood really helped our economy, didn't it? I mean, it would do that, after all. It wouldn't take much of it. The Accademia Nazionale della Scienza demands a museum. We locked early aviation as well. As one of the many most powerful nations in the world, we have so far lacked any archaeological prestige. Therefore, the Accademia Nazionale della Scienza is asking for us to build an archaeological museum. Absolutely. We'll do it. We'll do it. Yes, we are, Mage. We're waiting until our infamy goes down. Good to see you. Still won't let us build a museum, though. Unless it's a decision. We need to have found artifacts. Fuck. How do we get artifacts? Someone find Indiana Jones. Italiano Jones. Threshing machines, we almost have those. Well, gotta wait until we get those, I guess. Would Simon have an appetite? I don't know. Would he? Son. Even fatter. And even older. He's a pudgy boy. Mikhail Barberini Colonna, the leader of the ruling business interests, has had enough of compromising with his coalition partners. He's demanded that either his collaborators follow his orders or the business interests will never approve of their changes. Piss everyone off or piss them off. Despite us being very good friends with him and the interest group itself, we cannot do that. There's no way. Piss off everyone in the government. Germany seems like the average HRE AI which conquers Hungary 10 years into the game and never changes its borders while moving on to Vic. That's actually not at all what happened. Bavaria was actually not the major power in Germany for a long time. Even in EU4, the early parts of EU4, Bavaria was like you know, a significant but really not that big state in southern Germany. Like the big power was actually Hesse, and there was another one too. I forget the name of it. And Lotharingia was huge for a while. And Bavaria just managed at a certain point to get stronger and stronger. And it wasn't until mid EU4 where they really started to grow quickly, and they didn't become like a major power until the end of EU4. So it's interesting how they developed. I'm convinced that one proud Bavarian hacked my computer and edited the save file to give them Prussian ideas, but I have no proof. It's possible. It's likely even. I suppose there are other options, like them just the AI playing well, but I don't think so. We are really running a surplus now of actual wood, aren't we? Imagine that. Do I know Bavarian? I wouldn't say I know him. We talked like very shortly a couple times, but he actually did watch my first mega campaign I ever did on stream. Very weird connection. When I had like 2 viewers and I first started streaming, like 2 months after I started streaming, I streamed my first mega campaign as that was the Poland one I did. I don't think there's anyone around who still watches me who was there for that, but he was watching me and he talked like once or twice, I think. It was like very few times. I didn't know who he was at the time. And like one of my other viewers knew who he was and asked him if he had a YouTube channel. He said yes, and I've never seen him in my chat again. Scientific assistants of the expedition have located some nests with exotic birds. Very nice. We'll observe and study them. We have paleontology now. An interest in the history of the earth and extinct animals can be traced back to antiquity and reached a first peak with the studies of Georges Cuvier around 1800. But the publication of On the Origin of Species was a watershed event in all the life sciences, especially paleontology. A scientific debate that started immediately after the publication of Origin led to a concerted effort to look for transnational fossils and other evidence of evolution of fossil records. Hell yeah. Very nice. As long as Belgium doesn't exist. What if you got against Belgium? As someone from Turkey, that's a very odd hatred. Threshing machines. Free up a lot of laborers, actually. We'll do that. We are starting to run out of people at this point, to be honest. For now, at least. Well, incident ID documents. That fits very well our secret police, slightly bunker mentality vibe from Simon Torres here. So we'll issue passports and ID documents for our citizens. 4 GDPs? I can. And America. America's chilling. Emperor Theodore is extremely disliked, but still doing all right. GDPs will show very quickly. We're catching up to the US, slowly but surely. In inner Morocco, paleontologists have discovered rock formations millions of years old. They suspect that there are still unknown fossils to be found here. When we pay off our debt, I'm going to build more construction sectors too. We can really start to ramp up our construction. It might be our first artifact, yeah. True. Is there a way to see how many we have? I don't think so. No. The expedition commanded by Corradino Coletta has returned after years of travel. Future generations will benefit from its achievements. We brought back 3 oceanographic knowledge, 3 biological specimens, 2 fossils. Let's go. 1 astronomical object, technology on malaria prevention, and he's now an experienced naval commander. Fantastic. Can we send him out again? The real question. We cannot. Can we build an archaeological museum yet? No, we can't. Shit. Suez is coming along very nicely. I think we have a little over 2 years to go on it. Well, that's never getting completed. We're natural enemies, of course. You just really dislike waffles and dysfunctional governments that shouldn't exist, which I suppose is the Erdogan presidency. So I guess that checks out. Oh, sweet, sweet explosives. Egypt is really colonizing now. God damn it, they're gonna compete for us for land in Upper Yorubaland. We have an agitator trying to support mass conscriptions from the reactionaries. That's a bad idea. We have a fantastic modern professional military. Why the hell would we go backwards? Back in my day, we didn't have an army. We just went village to village, telling people to pick up a stick and march towards our enemy's border. And by God, we need to go back to it. Unrealized taxes in where? Algiers for sure. Build one more. I hate waffles and dysfunctional governments. Yeah, I can respect that. Can you colonize upside down? Are you Australian, Bob? No, we can't. It's owned by two powerful countries, and we'd piss off the Chagatai, who is a very important strategic ally right now. Back in my day, we had 3 officers in charge of peasant hordes. God, so I was strong then. Fuck. Italian city-state era. True. Was the Pope a warlord in the Italian city-state era? Some people would claim he's not. They'd be wrong. He was just religiously justified, and he had more class, but much like Lorenzo Medici, he was just a glorified warlord. What the? Chill. Chill. Deep breath. I know it's very cold right now in the night in Norway, but chill even more. Oh, we got a new composer. Let's listen to his songs. What do we got? He did it in the Hall of the Mountain King. Oh shit, that was him. And a Lonely Wanderer. Whoa, he did a lot of good stuff. Just didn't recognize his name. Fucking based, goddamn. He's Norwegian. Edvard Hagerup Grieg is widely considered one of the foremost Romantic era composers, and his music is part of the standard classical repertoire worldwide. His use of Norwegian folk music in his own compositions brought the music of Norway to fame, as well as helping to develop a national identity, just as Jean Sibelius did in Finland and Bedřich Smetana did in Bohemia. As a pianist and conductor, he undertook numerous concert tours in Europe, similar to the Mighty Heap in Russia, with Mussorgsky at the helm. Grieg fused elements of folk music of his homeland, such as empty fifths, sharply emphasized dance rhythms, and facilitation through modal and major minor keys, with the compositional achievements of late Romanticism. Some of his harmonics already heralded Impressionism and are uniquely radical in some compositions, such as Klokaklag. Klokaklang? Am I saying that right? What the? Klokaklang? Final answer. Among the many others who refer to Grieg as their compositional activities, either explicitly or in cryptic form in the music, are Frederick Delius, Maurice Ravel, Sergei Rachmaninoff, Dmitri Shostakovich, and Béla Bartók. Hey, I've heard he's got some very good stuff, that's for sure. Well, he's currently in Cesari's Opera Hall performing for our landed gentry. Beautiful. Beautiful. No, my pronunciation was right. You're saying it wrong. What the? I'm sad to tell you. You're misinformed. I'm gonna play the good one. Let's play the real good one. Very, very, very good song. Musical friendship. A traveling composer got along with his fellow musicians on site right away. Ah, apparently Griegs really likes our musicians in the Opera Hall of Sassari. Hell yeah. Well, maybe we'll need to offer him some money to stay permanently. Our monarch has invited a traveling composer, Grieg, to a princely reception. The composer shows his gratitude with a composition. Ah, he composed a song for us. Wonderful. Wonderful. Song request. What's your song request? How far back was your song request, Scythe? "23 minutes ago, but you gotta resend that." Yeah, if you resend the song and it's related to what's going on, I'll play it. But we gotta listen to the Hall of the Mountain King first. Can't interrupt a song like this. Looking good. Oh boy, she coming. Beautiful. All those sweet, sweet transportation services. And income. So much income. Yeah, the Brits do love this song. Who doesn't love this song, honestly? I'm sure there's people who like find it okay, but actively disliking the song would be very weird. All right, what do we have, Scythe? Not technically in theme, but it's good enough I'll let it slide. This was the last song you song requested too, like a week ago or two or three.
Go, boys, go. They'll time your every breath. And every day you're in this place, you're 2 days nearer.
This is the song being sung currently by a bunch of Sardinian filthy dirty social communists while working the sulfur mines of Sicily, complaining about not being in Germany. And or chemical plants, either one. Exactly. Yeah, true.
There's thunder all around me and there's poison in the air. There's a lousy smell that smacks of hell.
They're just mad because they haven't embraced Simon Torres as their rightful king. All right, we're gonna make some more buildings publicly traded.
Well, I've worked among the spinners and I breathe the oily smoke. I've shoveled up the gypsum and at night makes you choke.
Fucking hate gypsum.
Deep inside, I got sick with a caustic burn. Been working a rough fight scene enough to make your stomach turn. And it's go, boys, go. They'll time your
Dynamite and everything.
every day you're in this place, you're 2 days nearer death. But you go.
More fruits.
There's overtime and bonus opportunities galore. Hey, young men like their money and they all come back for more. But soon you're knocking on.
Freeing up a ton of workers.
For every bob made on the job you pay with.
Oh, we have a lot of unemployed. And then they moved. There's more jobs. Cristo Foroshipa has set a new distance record and a new continuous flight record for our country of his balloon of a distance of 2,121 kilometers. He was able to clearly surpass our country's previous record of 1453. Damn. It was not enough to beat the world record currently held by Britain, though. He was 400 kilometers away. God damn it. There should be an option where I should be able to tell him to do better for his country. I'm gonna demand, the king will demand that he go listen to Verdi for 2 nights straight and then go do it again. Then we'll see if he fails to break the world record for Italy or Sardinia, but really Italy. He hasn't been listening to enough good classical music to hype him up. Beautiful, good song. So we'll play one of her Greek song. I'm playing one more Greek song. What? I don't know if this is the right one, but I will play one more Greek song. Dumb question, but have you heard of the result of the tournament Stakes was in today? Follow esports. He was Japan, but his Germany got held off in France and pushed back to the point they quit in 1940-ish. Really? Damn. It was the finals for the 3rd annual sponsored by Paradox. Oh, so Dankus is out. Wow. No, I don't follow esports. I don't mind playing in comp Hoy games, but like I don't follow it. I don't like watching it very much. I find it to be quite boring. But I don't mind playing. I'm just not very good, and I can't stand listening to fucking neo-Nazis and children scream at me, sadly. But that's surprising Dankus got pushed out. But then again, it's a team game, right? And it's like, you know, that's like the Lakers with LeBron losing immediately and early. He's a good player, but if his team doesn't show up, you're fucked. Oh, he lost in the finals. Oh, he's leaving. Grieg departs. After some time of stay, a great composer decided to leave Sardinia to continue his tour. Oh well. It's good while it lasted. Lower taxes again. Let's remove our consumption taxes on tobacco. And our consumption taxes on alcohol as well. Which means we only need to get rid of one other tax, which is luxury furniture. Should help with our radicals here. Yup. It most certainly did. Comp TNO win. Oh, it was the finals. I misread Reaper as 3rd until the finals. It was the final itself. I understand now. Wow. He held alone. The game banned all allies from France from fighting in mainland France until after France fell. Huh. Only Great Britain was allowed to help by invading Greece. Who made that rule set? That's interesting. Interesting way to do things. Okay, let's go back to this one. I mean, Dankus is a very good player. I don't watch him almost at all because, again, I get bored very quickly. But objectively, he's very good to watch. And he's a very good player. Pacifists led by Fabio Pepe are protesting against the weapons manufacturer in Tunisia. No? Fucking commies. He did it again. Come on, man. He didn't even do as well as last time. You didn't listen to Verity, did you? You know what? The king is going to take him into a private chamber and make him listen. Cristoforo, you piece of shit. Hold on. Let's listen to the based one. This is not historically accurate, unless he was born early in this timeline. This is Verity, right? I think it is. Hope I don't have my songs off here. Always possible. Rule sets are bizarre. Yeah, I've found so many service rule sets to just be absolutely wild. They were allowed to use allied air, but no land troops. All right, we're gonna make him listen to this song on repeat for 14 hours. And then he needs to go get in his balloon again and beat the record. Unbelievable. Some people, they just don't care enough. Yeah, the Brits have all the records. Metal version of the Home Depot song on repeat. Were you trying to drive yourself insane? Etiquette class? Where the hell did you go to school, Anrak, that had an etiquette class in elementary school? First question that immediately comes to mind. When invited to give a speech on behalf of the right, Cesare Bozelli would begin extolling the virtues of a strong home, strong borders, and strong men. The public reception was mixed. Did we just get our first fascist? No, just the right. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell. "44 weeks till the canal opens." Beautiful. Average Turk moment, mage. Goddamn. We should have taken Vienna. God damn it. Fucking Austrians and those goddamn chicken horsemen stopping us. Oh, your favorite song. I thought that was just like a quote from you. Never mind. We can do commercialized agriculture now. Let's move on that from homesteading. We'll open it up entirely. We're modernized enough, I think it's reasonable. We'll try and push for more land reforms. It's been the main reform that really Simon has pushed in his life. Canada's like public school for gifted kids. We learned proper dining, waltzing, and penmanship. None of it stuck. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they'd been optional classes, I'd understand, but requiring it is very strange. Beautiful. Beautiful. Go back. Oh, now I kind of listen to more Pavarotti. I'll, or refrain from it. This is a Turkish nationalist song, I swear. Oh, I've heard this. It's a very good song. French Empire song. Yeah. And the Onion song. I played this quite a few times. It's very good. The French do have some bangers. This is one of them. What's up, Moki? Thank you for the Prime. 7 months. Appreciate it, brother. Let's work on malaria prevention. Other countries already have it. Probably the Chagatai. Or the British. We really gotta be competitive here in terms of colonies. Or maybe Germany, actually, at the rate they're expanding. Holy crap. Yeah, it's definitely Germany. Of their tech, especially. Everywhere we are, the French are too. Oh yeah, very French. The Americans are staying ahead. We're gonna get there. Discipline in the Royal Navy has reached a breaking point yet again. We're gonna crack down on them. We really gotta work on our naval quality. Oh, they're not in a war. Okay. I was hoping the Byzantines were in a war of Ukraine so we could intervene. Not quite. I'm very liberal for a Turk. I don't even support war crimes the majority of the time. I know you are. Jokes aside, but still. I've never seen you spam Turkish flags in my chat once, which is very surprising. Or talk about Erdogan leading true Turks to reform the Ottoman Empire and conquer Greece. I haven't heard that from you either. Not yet, at least. Trade agreement with Somalia? Absolutely. Why did we just lose a bunch of bureaucracy? Maybe we can manage, but that's very odd. Cesare Bazzelli of the bureaucratic interests rambled at length about the positives of commercialized agriculture. One was cognizant enough to take minutes. Fantastic. Fine by me. Oh God. Let's go ahead and publicly trade more of our companies or more of our businesses. I mean, we have a long history of collective ownership ever since the spawning of our colonial enterprises in EU4 when we roleplayed it was collectively funded. Very similar to the Dutch in that way. Which is why our investment pool is ungodly large now. Been a while since we've looked at trade deals as well. And again, with our bureaucracy, we have to be pretty careful here. Iron from Somalia. We may need coal, not only damned before we buy it from a Frenchman. Yeah, lead from the British. Tools from the British. So much fertilizer we don't need. Export a little bit to Mexico. A lot of sulfur too that we don't need. We'll need to really just grow our glass industries. A lot's coming from Egypt when they joined our customs union. Western devils will destroy themselves. Conservatives are no longer powerful. Really? The liberals? Whoa. The liberals are the most powerful group in our government right now, and they actually really like us. We're a man of the people. King's a very popular guy. The radical liberals hate him. The trade unionists hate him. The village interests hate him, which is surprising because we did a lot of reforms for them. The dirty socialists hate him. So do the other dirty socialists. No big difference. Agrarian populists don't like him. The anarchists absolutely hate him. And the independent socialists also hate him. You know, they say judge a man by his enemies. I gotta say I'm very, very happy with that. Thick mummies. What? We do need to invest in Africa, Bob, but you got to remember, like, all of our educated people are in Italy, so I'm really focusing jobs there, given how many of our buildings require it for now. The sun. Yeah, he exists. Definitely not our pride and joy. All right, you better listen to it enough. Fails to break the record. God damn it. He was so close too. Just hold your breath for a little longer. You would have been fine. And if not, you would have had a state funeral. Unbelievable. Imposing firebrand balloonist. You forgot to add an addition to that, loser. Because all he does is lose for our nation. He didn't listen to enough Verity. Absolutely ridiculous. "14 weeks. Our king is now 59 years old as well. He's aging like fine wine. That mustache. Thick as ever. Hairline mildly receding. Not bad. War crimes. Oh no. No. Oh god. Mage, don't encourage it. Absolutely not. So close. So close. Oh, we've come so far today. I just streamed for like 6 hours already. Good amount of time. You swear to God. 7,000 meters? You didn't even make it halfway to beat the record. Unbelievable. Ridiculous. Maybe he's too heavy. The king is issuing a royal decree that our balloonist is no longer allowed to eat carb-heavy pasta that will weigh him down next time he tries to break an altitude record. Royal decree, he is banned from eating pasta until he beats the record. It's weighing him down. Listen, I love Major. I love to own liberals as next as the next guy. All right, but no. We could also, yeah, that's a good idea, Reaper. We could repatriate him to somewhere disgusting like Germany. We're gonna fabricate a party card to say he's in the Socialist Party of Sardinia, and then we can force him onto a boat to Germany and claim he's a German who keeps failing. Just happened to enjoy spaghetti too much and spent a lot of time in his youth in Sassari. That's the backup plan if you can't actually break this record. Or worse, Byzantine. Listen, at least they're heirs of Rome. Germany is a bunch of goddamn communists. Doesn't get worse than that. 2 weeks! Hold on, we need a good song for this. I'm gonna play a German song. Just for the irony. Yeah, we're gonna blast this song while we build the Suez. Good place to end for today, too. Beautiful. It's time. This song is not about our current balloonist either, given his incompetence. What's up, Gray? You got here just in time to see the last 2 minutes of the stream. Game went very well today. Our economy has absolutely exploded. Much like our chemical industry. We have taken land in Italy from the Pope and defeated the Admiral Pope himself. We beat the Lombardians and have become the only country who can unite the Italian people. And we have expanded our colonies all across the world, primarily Africa though. And we're about to finish the Suez Canal. Moments away. Moments away from rebuilding it. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sexy. Why can't we employ anyone there? God damn it. Because there's only 4,000 people there. Come on, some of those guys should be able to work in the Suez Canal. We have one port. And look at like all the workers just flooding in. Ish. Flooding is relative. Family thing today? I hope it went very well for you. The Suez. You making fun of my accent? Because I would too. God damn it. Maybe it's a really long boat ride. God damn it. Not enough people to work the Suez Canal. You construct the point, it'll give the pop. That will also not allow any people to go there and they'll be cut off from all supplies, which you will know, Reaper. Swear to God, if I have to fight the... It might be bugged because we don't have the northern part. There is always the chance of it. Roleplay wise, we just built the Suez Canal, and that's all that matters. State building, state region is Sinai. It's fucking bugged. All right, I'm gonna do a save edit to give us to Sinai before next week. And we'll just go in the roleplay, given Egypt's our ally and stuff. They gave us the whole region along the coast of the Sinai to build it. So we'll go with that. We'll end here for the day. We built the Sinai. We've grown our economy massively to be one of the strongest economies in the world, right behind the other great powers. We have a large military. We are on the cusp, perhaps, of Italian unification. And we finally have a strong Torres monarch in charge of a strong Sardinia once more. And we will end here. See if there's anyone to raid. Nah, not really. All right, we'll end here for the day. I will be back next Saturday with some more of the Immoral campaign in CK3, and then I will be properly playing in this multiplayer grand campaign next Sunday morning too, because I'll have a save edit, so we have a landed character. Hope everyone enjoyed. Have a good week. Drink more water. Catch you all later.